To get to the stage, JB Stewart, the head of the Yarra, is back.
Yes, it's been a while, Pete. It's a great pleasure to be back with you doing the commentary, and we're just seeing the first of the school crews coming through. The first crew coming through was a Xavier number 2 crew, and now we've got a Scotch crew, number 4 crew coming through.
Gregory Terrace going through. Xavier, great to see Xavier back because it's been a long time since we had Xavier crews taking part at the head of the Yarra. And looking through the listings, JB, you'll see they've got 9 crews, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. Yes, Gregory Terrace. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Not Scotch College. Yes, it's great to see all the Xavier boys that have joined in. And looks like a Caulfield Grammar crew now coming
Cathedral
down towards
School.
the... we're getting it on the screen here. Coming down towards the finish line. Well, they've got their distinctive bucket hats, Peter.
Very neatly attired, JB.
Okay, no, it's not Caulfield Grammar, it's Cathedral School. Sorry, my mistake. So this is Cathedral School from Queensland. This is crew number 5. The matching bucket hats. Cathedral School from Queensland, just finishing off under the bridge.
Our full webcast is going to begin around about 10 o'clock this morning, but one of the highlights of the day for us is going to be the rowing of the elite crews later on during the course of the program. Sydney is the defending champion, and we're looking forward to a great tussle in both the male and female divisions of the Open Eights. Crew number 1 on our screen is Hutchins from Tasmania, pardon me.
Yeah, Hutchins from Tasmania, Peter, and Haileybury rode down on the Carrum rowing course down in the southeastern suburbs, the one of the state rowing main venues.
Now, I am not hearing JB through my cans. I'm not hearing myself, actually.
On a bright note, Peter, it looks like the weather's going to hold out today. We've had a bit of rain here in Melbourne overnight. A bit of thunder activity, thunder and lightning, and it looks like it's going to return later.
Division 2, Gregory Terrace from Brisbane, and competing in this category against them, we've got Hutchins, Aranda Darramellon and Xavier College. As I said, one of 9 Xavier crews, and great to see Xavier back in the head of the Yarra after what I think has been a fairly long absence.
It's great to see all the schoolboys, particularly the ones from interstate, Peter, and particularly from Tasmania and Queensland. We've got a great representation, New South Wales, of course. And it's great to see them back here supporting the head of the Yarra.
Crew number 6. Crew number 6 coming into our view now from Hutchins in Tasmania.
So this is the second Hutchins crew, Peter.
Got some big representation from Tasmania. Looking through the listings, 13 crews from the Apple Isle today. Going past our commentary position now. Of course, visitors to the head of the Yarra and the Hawthorn area will have noticed the new staging, which is absolutely nothing short of fantastic compared to the old landing we had here for many, many years. That was rebuilt about 30 years ago on the original foundations, and I think it did well to last as well as it did over a long period of time. The Hawthorn Rowing Club shed was built in 1937. The staging was put in round about the same time, so it did, JB, have a pretty good innings, didn't it?
Yeah, it has served us well, but this new staging is absolute state of the art, Peter, and it's revolutionised rowing down here at Hawthorn Rowing Club.
Bout number 9 tells us that it's another crew in the male schoolboys Division 2 section at Xavier College.
And this is Hawthorn Rowing Club's neighbours, Xavier, who have their boat shed here next to us here at Hawthorn. And it's great to see the Xavier crews are really well represented here today in the head of the Yarra.
The popularity of this race is second to none. When entries opened, they came in thick and fast, and it was oversubscribed, JB, I'm told, because more than 70 days before the actual regatta date today, the quota was full.
Yes, Peter, it has been oversubscribed. It's whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's getting a bit like the head of the Charles, where you've got to put your name down and just hope for the best.
That shot taken from our camera on the top of Hawthorn Bridge, which is one of 11 bridges that the crews negotiate during the course of the regatta. The Hawthorn Bridge is actually the oldest on the course, the 8K course.
Yeah, it's a fantastic steel and bluestone construction, Pete.
It was built in 1861, reconditioned in the 1930s. Of course, home to the Hawthorn Rowing Club since 1877. The original clubhouse, by the way, in 1934 was washed away from a different site on the bridge's northern side, along with the old Xavier College shed, which was up near Victoria Bridge. And they both finished up near where Scotch College is today. And the only thing they could salvage was a tub pier.
Yes, that was the big 1934 massive flood that they had here on the Yarra. And of course, that was in the days before the Upper Yarra Dam, Peter. So that meant that all the floodwaters just raced down the Yarra and caused absolute mayhem.
Hawthorn is the most upstream of the current group of rowing clubs on the Yarra after the Heidelberg Rowing Club folded back in 1947.
Yeah, that's fascinating that there was a club at Heidelberg, Peter. It came as news to me yesterday, so very interesting, the history of rowing on the Yarra.
You'll notice the crews down there on the water, but also the crews on the staging, all volunteers, and I must congratulate them for offering their services as crew number 7 comes past us now on the staging. Arana Darramellan from the ACT competing in Male Schoolboys Division 2, which is event 2 on the program today.
Yeah, we've got a few crews coming from ACT today, which is great. And then crew number 11
Xavier College 1.
Yeah, another Xavier. This is the number 1 crew from Xavier College.
Xavier College last won the head of the river back in 1999, which broke a long drought for them. One of the coaches then was the great Brian Dalton, one of the most liked personalities in rowing. But we're talking about the course on the 11 bridges. Swan Street's the first one they come under as we watch crew number 10 coming into view now. Xavier College again. Then the Morrell Bridge, which was named after former Mercantile President Sir Stephen Morrell in 1889. It was actually built on dry land. Then the river was diverted underneath it. And the lakes in the Botanic Gardens, you may be familiar with, they are actually part of the original river course. Then we come to Hoddle Bridge, that was built in 1938. As crew number 10 comes past us, which is another Xavier College crew on the water. Hoddle Bridge completed in 1938, named after Robert Hoddle, Melbourne's first surveyor. Cremorne Rail Bridge, the first bridge there went up in about 1860, replaced in the 1940s. To the one we see today. The Church Street Bridge, built in 1923 by Sir John Monash. And if you're a rower, you may notice the bluestone footings on the southern side. They're part of the older bridge, which is still there. And we go past Herring Island, which is made so by blasting away the northern part of the old quarry, as the original river course is south to that along Alexandra Avenue. Then we have Grange Road Bridge, next just past the Wesley Sheds. That oversees the Twickenham Reach, where we had the Twickenham Rowing Club. That was donated to the state, the bridge that is, by the chocolatier Sir Macpherson Robertson back in 1934.
After whom MacRob Girls High is named.
That's right, yeah, same fellow.
Yep. Just another Xavier crew coming down here. So they've got their full complement of 8s competing today. This is Xavier. This is crew number 12. Xavier College number 2, and they're rowing quite neatly. Just finishing off their appointment here at the head of the Yarra.
This is the 62nd running of the head of the Yarra. We had a 4-year hiatus, as we both know, JB, caused by COVID, flooding, landing construction and so on.
Yes, all the apocalypses, Peter.
Now, if you've done your mathematics, you'll notice that 62nd, which is today's race, it doesn't add up. They were the reasons. Crew number 13 going past us as we speak.
That's Hutchins School from Tasmania.
Yeah, the other reason for the delay was the Hayington rail bridge being constructed. So they had to redivert the river and pull down the old iron bridge and built what we see today. Then, of course, we have the Freeway Bridge, the Wallen Road Bridge, which is the trickiest one to negotiate on the course. No passing allowed there between the Little Staging and Wallen Road Bridge. Then the Hawthorn Rail Bridge is the second last one. That was built in 1861, was added to as recently as 1971. And then the Hawthorn Bridge, which, as I said, is the oldest on the River Yarra, built back in 1861, reconditioned in the 1930s.
Touch wood.
Well, we've got some amazing entries and huge entries from interstate. The ACT have got 13 crews, New South Wales 60. Rob mentioned Leichhardt with 12 crews. 7 from New Zealand, Queensland 56, Victoria 67, Xavier College 9 of those, West Australia 8, South Australia 17, Tasmania 13. So what a day we have.
We've got some fantastic entries from all over the country, Peter. MLC, I think this is MLC from New South Wales, 2 girls school crews.
And Rana Derramallin is number 35,
right, and
just next to them.
And that's their numbers 34 and 35, and they're finishing very, very close together. So they've obviously had, they took off just next to each other, so they've had a fantastic tussle over the course. I've got a very important announcement to make, Peter, regarding oars. We've been asked to remind everybody, the oars people, to come and collect your oars after you've finished the race and put your boat away, because otherwise we're going to get a huge build-up of oars here. And with 270-odd crews coming through, it's going to be paramount that we get our oars out of the way. So if everybody can cooperate that way, that would be great. Thanks very much.
Thank you, JB. On screen, crew number 36, MLC School, competing in the Female School 8 Division 3.
Yes, we've just got them on screen now as the ducks clear out of the way for the oars on the stroke side. And here they come into our vision now, Pete.
Number of cameras, the main one we'll probably be using a lot of is situated on the Hawthorn Bridge. It gives us a great look down the Hawthorn Strait, which is 620 metres long.
Yeah. So that's finishing up there, crew 36 on our program, MLC, which I'll get confirmation, but I'm thinking they're MLC from New South Wales, from Sydney. And
a couple of crews I'm looking out for, JB, are 30 and 31.
Yep.
Yes, crew number 30 and 31 in the male masters iron upward section. We've got 2K crews, which average age is over 83, isn't it? I think.
Well, we've got Pete. We've got a Richmond Banks combination that includes the oldest competitor today,
Oldest competitor ever, I think, JB, Don Christie.
Don Christie.
I've rowed with and against Don. I can tell you it's better to row with him than against him. And he is in that boat. He is listed as in the bow seat, and he is the oldest competitor ever to row in the head of the Yarra. So I'm told. Ralph Howard, I think, previously held the honour rowing for Banks. He rowed in the bow seat of the Banks combination for a number of years. He was 91 or 92.
And Don's 95, isn't he, Pete?
He's 95, and he rowed 4 years ago when he was, 4 years younger. So I'm looking forward to talking to him, one of the stalwarts, and looking at the other crew against them, the North Shore Composite. You've got John Simpson from Canberra, Don Gibb from Melbourne Rowing Club, or Harry as he's known, Ted Edgerton from Sunshine Coast, and Rod Hutchinson from the same club. John James, former international from North Shore. So some pretty good oarsmen in that boat. That is number 30 and crew number 31, the other K crew, and they should be coming up shortly.
Yeah, I think we've got on the camera now, we've got vision of one of the Masters crews coming through there. We've got them now.
Crew 18.
We've got them now in front of us here at the commentary position. Crew 18, yes, Pete.
TUBC. Crew number 25. Also in this category, we've got Abbotsford, Corio Bay, crew from Fremantle, Old Scotch Collegians, St George Composite 3, Toowong Composite. There'll be some bandits in that crew, I would imagine. I had a bit of a dealing with Toowong, and they are pretty serious about everything. And Yarra rounding out that particular event 4.
Now, Pete, I'm just getting confirmation. Is that our first international crew, the North Esk TUBC crew? Are they New Zealand?
North Esk is Tassie.
Oh, Tassie. Okay, yeah, my mistake. Okay, Tassie.
Well, speaking of international, we have got from New Zealand 7 crews, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on during the course of the day. We have had crews from Japan. Pate rode with us in, when were we here last, 4 years ago, pre-COVID.
Yeah, Pate were regulars here, Pete.
I know they were here the year we had the big washout. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's right, yes. Pate we had the connection with Lisa Muntz, who was a coxswain at Banks, and she used to organise the Pate crew to come down.
They were characters all.
All right, this is crew number 20 now, Pete.
This is a Toowong Composite. Armitage, McGregor, Betts, Wally, Van Murik, Chris Linden, Ian Holzberger, Kirk.
So Toowong row up there on the Brisbane River, and they've been fantastic supporters of our regatta.
One of the great Queensland clubs, there's no doubt about that, if not the greatest. Got a fantastic setup there. You get jealous every time you walk in the door.
Yeah, great club, and fabulous membership, and they've given us great support here. They come down here every time we run one of these. They come down in huge numbers. It's great to see them.
Speaking of personnel, you'll be seeing some interviews today done by Pat Freeland-Small, our executive producer, so he fills 2 roles. Our out and about reporters are John Perry and Julie Cochin, and the presentations during the course of the morning and afternoon will be done by Mark Oliver in front of the Xavier Sheds. So the first one of those is coming up round about midday-ish, mid-regatta-ish, if you like.
So we've got a lot of crews coming down here, Peter. It's just a fantastic sight here on our monitor. Looking at these 8s coming down, we can see 5 of them. The first of which is crew number 19, which is the Corio Bay men's H.
That's the Hawthorn Strait. That bend to the left there is about to go under the railway bridge, which is the second last bridge that crews negotiate on this 8-kilometre course.
Now, it looked like we've got some sort of difficulty in crew number 25 there, Pete. old Scotch collegians. The chap in the three-seaters is down, lying down.
Let's just hope it's a technical issue. Crew number 23, not too far behind them. The crew in the red and the blue, that is, of course, Yarra.
Yeah, that's the Yarra H crew, Pete.
And not too far behind them, crew number 27, competing in event number 5, the Male Masters I and upwards 8, MUBC. 2 MUBC crews in this event. We also have Mosman, and I mentioned previously North Shore Composite and the Richmond Composite crew.
So the I crew look like they've made up a bit of time, Pete. They're crew number 27. They look like they've come through a few crews.
It's Mosman on the left in the red and white colours. We've got crew 24 and crew 29. 24 is St George Composite, competing in event 4, Male Masters H8. And 29 is Mosman, competing in event 5, the Male Masters I and upwards 8. So just a little bit older. The ones I'm waiting for, though, are crew 30 and 31, the 2 K crews.
So we've got H, which is 70 years of age, average. And then we've got I, which is 75. So it just shows you that rowing is a sport that you can just keep staying involved in.
And keep paying your dues.
Exactly.
Crew 22 in event 4, Male Masters H8, which is 70 to 74 average, all the way from Fremantle in Western Australia.
Yeah, how fantastic is this, Pete, to see one of our Western Australian entries here coming down in the teal colours, Fremantle, men's H.
I'll give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's fantastic. I'm sure they all enjoyed it, but I'm sure they'll enjoy when they can easy oar.
The Western Australians, a lot of them have made the big trek across. Some of them have flown over and borrowed boats, but there's a group of them from a club called A&A that have actually brought a whole trailer load of boats with them, and apparently it was, I hear from the person I've spoken to, their representative, it was an epic journey.
A friend of mine years ago, Stefan Muhlenberg, who coached at Noosa when I was up there, towed a boat trailer across the Nullarbor in the days before boats were sectioned. Can you imagine how tough that would have been?
Yep, unbelievable.
There's our camera shot from the Hawthorn Bridge, looking down the Hawthorn Strait, which, as I said, is just over 600 metres long.
So these are a lot of the Masters crews are now coming down, Pete, through down the Hawthorn Strait. It's a great sight to see guys, 70 plus, HI, coming through. The first one's just come into vision for us now, and that's crew number 26. And I'll just pick them up for
Which
you.
is Abbotsford.
Abbotsford.
From Sydney,
From
not
Sydney,
Abbotsford, Victoria. Yep. And nice blue and white colours for Abbotsford in the last 20 strokes. Crew number 31 is the
MUBC.
I've got crew 31 as Richmond Composite.
So the Abbotsford crew was an H crew, and the MUBC crew 31 was I. So the Melbourne University crew was stroked by David Yates.
The shot we're looking at is back in town few clouds over the CBD at the moment, but the rowing conditions absolutely perfect.
I don't think those clouds are threatening, Peter. It doesn't look like it.
Not yet.
And that's a great view of the Nilex clock sign above the wheat grain towers, silos, and then you can see I think it's Amy Stadium,
Home of the Melbourne
rectangular stadium, and then the city skyline in the background. You can see the lights of the MCG there. So a lot of our Masters competitors are now coming into the landing, coming into our new landing and getting their boats off the water. And I'm assuming that they're very much enjoying the fact that they've finished, although they probably enjoyed their rowing as well, but it looks like they're going to be enjoying the social side, conviviality, and maybe a beer or two afterwards as well. All done in a responsible manner, Peter.
Of course.
Now, we have another reminder. A lot of the oars are not being picked up, and we're going to send out a request to all crews, please, as soon as you finish and put your boat away, can you take your oar off?
The head of the Yarra is pretty well known to most of the rowers, but just in case you're not familiar with it, it is 8 kilometres long. We have 11 bridges, the first of which is the Swan Street Bridge, then Morell Bridge, Hoddle Bridge, Cremorne Rail Bridge, near the 2,000 metre start, the Church Street Bridge, built in 1923, the Grange Road Bridge, or more commonly known as McPherson-Robertson Bridge, and the last few, Harrington Rail Bridge, the South Eastern Freeway Bridge, the Hawthorn Rail Bridge just down the bottom of this strait, which we're looking at now, and then the Hawthorn Bridge, which is the oldest on the River Yarra.
Now, we've just had North Shore men's I crew go through, and coming through now is crew 28. It's the Richmond Banks Composite, and we've got our oldest competitor.
Yeah, I'll give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Don Christie, 95 years of age. How about that? Absolutely fantastic. Struck by Ray Dennis from the Richmond Rowing Club, who's no spring chicken either. I think Ray's about 82 or 83 now. I might see if we can get a word with those boys when they bring their boat back to the staging.
And Ray's father, Frank, was Wally. Ray's father, Wally, was a former president of Richmond Rowing Club, Pete.
Well, we had a president at Hawthorn, Frank Nettis, who was president for 29 years. I think that's a record.
Yeah.
But he was a great man, a great president, a top bloke.
But the interesting thing about Ray Dennis's father, Wally, is that he died in the boat out one Sunday morning, and I'm guessing that was probably the way he wanted to go.
Crew number 40 coming into our view in the Hawthorn Strait, completing their 8K journey in the head of the Yarra for
Ballarat City Composite, Pete, and we've got lots of different colours and looks like lots of different, a big variation of clubs here in this combination.
Female Masters F8, which is 60 to 64, the FA division.
It just shows you the boom in Masters rowing, Pete, and how it's taken off in the last 20 or so years, and how it's now international. They have the International Masters competition, the next one coming up in Brandenburg in Germany in September next year. Coxon really encouraging them along this combination. I can see some Melbourne Uni shirts in there, the different clubs, Richmond. Melbourne, Yarra, the women's female Masters F crew, Ballarat City Composite.
I think the biggest entry, JB, we had 4 years ago was in the E Masters. I think people get back to rowing after they've finished off paying the school fees and the mortgages.
Correct.
And get back into rowing.
Yeah, and a lot of them come back into rowing through their children that row at school, and
Correct.
they get involved that way. A lot of them that never rowed before.
Crew number 41 is North Shore from New South Wales, coming past our commentary position now, closely followed by crew number 44 from Melbourne Rowing Club, competing in the F8 Masters for men, which is 60 to 64 age group.
Yeah, the North Shore crew from Sydney, just going under the bridge there, followed closely by crew 44 from Melbourne. Melbourne, a particularly strong Masters club in both men and women. This is crew 43 coming through now. This is
Mosman crew in the foreground on our new staging here at Hawthorn, which looks, I must say, absolutely fantastic. A big thank you to all the volunteers who are doing their job so marvellously already here today. Okay. Envision crew number 45, Commercial. Commercial, one of the bigger clubs in Brisbane. Had the pleasure of rowing with Bob Black from Commercial many times, sometimes successfully in double scull. We had a bit of success in the New South Wales Masters a few years ago. So if Bob's watching, g'day Bob. I hope you're doing well. And stroked by Louise Street, this crew, all looking nicely turned out and rowing rather well as they come underneath the Hawthorn Bridge.
now we're going to cut to some interviews in a minute. We're going to get hold of some of the older crew members, and we're going to get some thoughts from them soon.
The organisation of this regatta falls on a number of people and hundreds of volunteers, and I know a couple of clubs have sent volunteers from good distances away, including Albury Wodonga. They've come down here to offer their services, and we thank them very much for their efforts.
And they'd be in the medical capacity, I believe, Peter.
I'm told that's right, yes.
So you want us to... Yeah, okay.
The procedure here is the boats get walked up the ramps to the rowing sheds, and then they'll walk in the opposite direction towards the park under the bridge to rack the boats. There's 249 of them. Crew number 46 coming into view, which is Swan River Composite I have on my sheet here in front of me, competing in the Female Masters F8 section, 60 to 64 age group average. Mosman crew in the foreground, about to walk up the Hawthorn ramp. Two ramps here, the one in the foreground is Hawthorn's, the one in the background is Xavier College. The two sheds adjacent on the Hawthorn end of the course here. crew number 39 from Brisbane going past in the female Masters F8. Sorry, Patrick, that's a bit of a problem there.
All right, so we've got crew number 46 coming through now, and crew number 46 is Swan River Composite. So another crew. This is the female F crew, Swan River Composite, another crew from Western Australia. Great to see these crews from WA, from Perth, rowing out there on the beautiful Swan River, and they've come all the way across the Nullarbor, or some of them have flown, I guess, or most of them have flown, and they're here to join us at the head of the Yarra today. Right, now we've got crew number 48 coming through. Sorry, it's crew number 38, and that is Sydney University Glebe, female Masters F crew. And they row on Iron Cove and Blackwattle Bay, I believe, up in Sydney. Glebe Rowing Club, situated there on Blackwattle Bay on Sydney Harbour. All right, now while we're talking about crews from WA, I was having a chat to Claire Jansen from A&A over there, and she was telling me that there are 56 rowers coming. There are 56 rowers coming. Came across 3 A&A 8s, fantastic. They've only had a couple of rows together as crews. They've got some former junior champion rowers in the crews and one surf rower. Okay, we're down to the landing commentary for some interviews.
See you again after all these years.
Great to see you, mate.
Yeah,
You're looking no older than 30.
Yeah,
30s.
I only had a hip operation this year too.
You're on your bob.
First ride in 1961.
All right, now we've got crew number 42 coming through now, and that is Pembroke Masters. Pembroke Masters, female Masters F8. Now they're obviously rowing in a borrowed boat because the boat they're rowing in is called the Bob Cusworth, who is a Banks legend. Banks here in Melbourne. So that's crew number 42, Pembroke Masters, female F8. We've got a couple more female Masters crews coming through now. I can see on my screen crew number 37, Riverside from South Australia, female Masters F8. And they're coming into view now from the commentary position. Some of these crews have spent many, many weeks training together. Some of them are only had a couple of rows, and some of them are just jumping in on the day. So it's great to see all these interstate crews. Some of them are regular competitors, some of them are doing it for the umpteenth time, and some of them are doing it for the first time. So crew 37, female Masters F8, Riverside, from South Australia, going through at the finish line. All right, the next crew coming through is crew number 48. And 48 is DMCRC Composite, stroked by Eve Beecroft. It's a female Masters G and K8. G and K. So that's age ranges 65 up to okay, now we're going down to the landing for some interviews.
JB, we've got Stewart Collins here from all the way from Fremantle. How was the row?
It was pretty good row. It was pretty good. We've got a couple of people who haven't done the race before.
Have you done it?
Yeah, I've done a few of them. But we've got a few in the boat that haven't done it, so it was good row.
What about the cocks now? Do you have a local cocks or do you bring one from home?
No, the whole crew, cocks and all, are from Fremantle. So we've been practising to try and get around that big bend as best we can on the Swan River.
How did you go on the Big Bend?
Well, we got round it. But, unfortunately, we had an excellent turn yesterday, but today was not quite as good. But, you know, you get that.
You didn't go on the sandbank?
We stayed well off the sandbank.
Good on you, Stuart. Mate, great to see you here in Melbourne. Enjoy the day. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Stuart Collins from Fremantle. Now, we've got a couple of other... you can follow me down here. We'll go to some of the old stages down here. Just follow me. Rod, before you...
Can we just get them off? Sorry, we've got a big traffic jam.
Oh,
Interview them up there.
this is where volunteers come handy. They give me the short shrift, but we'll be back. Wait till they rack the boat. Let's go back.
Okay, we're going to throw down now to Peter down on the landing, and he's live with our oldest competitor, Don Christie.
Don's just adjusting the footwear because footwear's compulsory. I said before, it's better to row with Don than row against him, and I think that still holds today. Don, you've broken the record, 95. How do you do it, mate?
You keep having birthdays.
What was the row like?
It was hard,
Yeah, of course.
yes, but went along well.
Now you're on bow side, so you're pulling it around all the time.
Yeah, that's the first time on bow side for years.
Well, why did you row on bow side, for heaven's sake?
They put me there. Yeah.
Any problems at the Big Bend?
No, we got around there okay. We had to pull up. The stroke side had a little rest,
Oh, yeah.
but otherwise it went really well.
Mate, you're a sensation. Congratulations on your effort.
Yes.
The oldest rower ever to do the head of the Yarra, and you rowed in 1957.
Yeah, I did. 57, 58.
That was a bit different then, wasn't it?
Yes, 57, 58 and 59, I think.
And you rode in King's Cup Cruise when it was over 3 miles too.
Yeah, that was in 54, 55.
Mate, you're a living legend. I hope you have
Yeah.
many more birthdays and many more heads of the Yarra.
Yes, that'll be nice to have that.
Oh, mate, it's great to see you, Don.
Yes.
One of the great blokes.
All right, now we're coming through a very, very competitive part of the program because we've got a lot of the male Masters E crews coming through. And, you know, if you think this is just a sort of a leisure activity for guys in their late 50s, well, you need to think again because these guys are really, really serious about their rowing. They row, you know, 5, 6 times a week sometimes, and they do out of the boat training. We saw, we've just seen crew number 61 go through, which is a Sydney Mosman composite. A couple of crews back, we saw a Melbourne crew, which was a crew number 58, and they look like they've made up a bit of ground, and they're a very, very accomplished male Masters E crew, stroked by Matthew Harrison, who's a bit of a legend here in Melbourne Masters rowing circles. So this is a really, really competitive section of the program, the Male Masters E, and we've got another crew coming through past the commentary position now. It's Male Masters E, University of Queensland. This is crew number 62, and you can see that these crews are, you know, they're giving it absolutely everything at the end of 8.4 kilometres. And so they train pretty hard for this event. It's they're serious about it, and they're incredibly fit for their age. So that's University of Queensland, just going under the bridge now. Crew number 62, the Male Masters E section, and as I said before, that's a really, really competitive section of this head of the Yarra. So E, they're around about 55 years of age. So just a reminder to all those crews that have completed to come down and collect your oars, please. We don't want a big bottleneck of oars down here because it just gets in the way of everything. So that would be much appreciated. So Peter, you spoke to Don Christie. How did he seem?
Oh, that man is a living legend, JB. Absolute living legend. And it was a privilege to talk to him. It's been a privilege to row with him. And as I said, it was better rowing with him than against him because I don't think I ever beat him in an event. So,
yeah, he's pretty serious about his rowing, and you know, he's been at it a long time. I think he was an out. Okay, we've got an interview at the start line.
Powerhouse, our chief starting marshal today.
So good. No mishaps. Everyone's been on time. No one's missed their race. Conditions are ideal at the moment. I believe there's a storm coming later, but I'm holding my breath to get the race over before it occurs.
You know, the weather's looking good. How many times have you been helping in this role, Bruce?
Quite a long time. I actually started off as like a minor role, like I was about number 10 on the assistant starter list. And as people retired and died and moved on, I moved up the ranks. I think I followed in JB's footsteps. He used to be the starter. Then he became a commentator with Peter Landy. And then I went into his position. So that's been probably 15 years or so, at least.
And this bracket's about to take off? Who are we waiting for now?
I will start that soon. It is men's F8, which is average age of 60. So it's still a highly competitive age group, and they do some reasonable times. So it should be good to watch.
There's a great atmosphere here today, Bruce. Do you think people are relieved that this event's back up and running after a few years' break?
Oh, it's fantastic. And everyone also, we feel for Hawthorn because it's their only avenue of income, which, and even for myself, I'd like to do the head race.
Okay. Yep.
Anyway, we've got some racing to do.
Yep, we better start that race.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Bruce Wooden, one of the characters of racing, also known as one of the Beagles. Is that right, GB?
Yes,
One of the
well,
Beagles?
I've rode with Bruce for many, many years, and he is an absolute legend in the rowing scene here in Melbourne, the Masters rowing scene, and just a great guy. And he former Hawthorn member, but now back at Powerhouse, of course. Now we've got some crews coming through, Peter, and we've just had, looks like a Mosman crew. I'll just check the red and white hoops. It's either Mosman or Torrens. I think it might be crew 60 Torrens that have just gone through in the male Masters E section.
Crew number 51 coming into vision now, which is Brisbane Grammarians in the familiar thin striped colours. Been keen supporters of the head of the Yarra over a number of recent years. Cameron Feltham is the stroke, and also Feltham in the cock seat. Crew number 51, crew number 55, another Brisbane Grammarians crew in this particular event, which is event 11, the Male Masters E8, which is the age group between 50 and 59 average. And one of the biggest, again, here on our program today, over 240 crews taking part. And we hope we all get to the finish line before the threatened rain comes this afternoon. I was a little bit down in the dumps last night when I heard the rain pounding down on the roof, but bright sunshine this morning, and boy, we're thankful for that.
Yeah, we even got the rain out in the sticks where I live, Peter. So, yeah, it was a bit threatening there for a while, but at the moment, look, it's just fantastic here. The conditions couldn't be better. That was Brisbane Grammarians Male Masters E8. So one of the other crews that have come down from Queensland to join us here, be part of this fantastic event. Great to have them here.
Well, there's 56 crews from Queensland. There's a big representation. And Leichhardt, speaking of big, from New South Wales, 12 crews, JB.
Oh,
tremendous
fantastic,
effort.
fantastic. We love the way some of those crews in up north, Brisbane and Sydney, you know, they make up big numbers here in representation. They look forward to it, and we look forward to having them here. That
shot is taken from the Hawthorn Bridge. And you can see the Xavier shed in the foreground and the Hawthorn shed in the background there. That was constructed in 1937. The Xavier shed was constructed in the 1950s initially and remodelled some years later.
Yeah, fantastic shot, Peter. Okay, we've got an interview on the Landy coming up.
Up at
we're going to throw to
Victoria
that.
Bridge. All right, let's go down to that landing now, which is a recent addition here to the furniture at the Hawthorn Bridge end of the Yarra course. And let's go to our interviewer.
Ladies, congratulations on the row. Sydney University and Glebe, how was it?
For a lot of us, it was our first head of the Yarras, but we really enjoyed it. We're a bunch of mums and grandmas, so we're just happy to be out here.
Fantastic. Was there a race plan to start with?
Make it to the end.
Well done. And when do you normally train?
Blackwater Bay in Glebe, Sydney.
Yarra much different?
Yeah, the Yarra's lovely. It's really nice rowing on a river. We row on the harbour with ferries.
Well, congratulations on the row. Have a well-earned reward, and thanks for coming to the head of the Yarra.
Thank you. Thanks to all the volunteers as well.
Back to the commentary team.
Right, thank you, John. Our interviewer down there on the staging, John Perry. And enjoying the bright sunshine here at the moment. Let's hope it stays this way, for goodness sake. 31 categories in the head of the Yarra for 2023, and we're up to about event number 12 on our program so far, which is the Mixed Masters E8. Following that, we have event 13, the Female Masters E8. And then we have event 14, the Mixed Masters F8. Plenty of big sections. Event 15, the Male Masters F8 has a number of crews. Brisbane Grammarians, Leichhardt, Riverway Composite, Mercantile Banks, North Shore 2 crews, Old Severians competing, Oxley Composite, Riverside and Riverway, Toowong, Vikings 2, Vikings are composite with Outback Rowing. I think they're from Outback Queensland. Brisbane and GPS combining with Carrum and Powerhouse also as well. That's event number 15.
Well, we've got St George coming into view at the moment, and it's one of the mixed eights. It's St George mixed E8, so we've got a mixture of half male, half female. This is becoming another really competitive section of rowing, not just here, but around Australia and around the world. Mixed rowing is becoming incredibly popular and incredibly competitive. It's always a little bit interesting about how the boats are seated, especially with the sweep blades, in terms of who sits where. But that's the Mixed Masters E8 from St George in Sydney, Peter.
Yes, St George in Sydney. Great part of the world. Of course, all the action at the other end of the course looks a little bit different to what we have here, with crews lining up to be sent on their way by the starter. It is, of course, a running start in this head race, and you've got to be ready because valuable seconds could be lost if you're not.
It's great to see competitors congratulating each other on completing the race down here on the staging, Pete. Looks like they're just enjoying the moment. They finished the race, they've completed the course, and they're just really, savouring it down here at the moment, and just they're going to enjoy the afters, obviously.
71 is Glebe from New South Wales. I vaguely remember years ago rowing in a novice 4 at Henley, and we got to the final, and we were going really well, and we got beaten by Glebe. Wasn't particularly happy with that.
Yeah, we used to go up when I was at Richmond. We used to go up every winter and camp in the Glebe shed, on the floor of their shed, and row in the regatta at the Blackwattle Bay against clubs like Leichhardt and Drummoyne and clubs on the harbour.
You really lived it up, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely, Peter. Yes, that's Glebe going under the bridge now in their distinctive maroon tops. All got the white hats. They go to a lot of trouble to make sure they're decked out correctly, especially the young girls, don't they, Peter, when they row in this event?
Well, mind you, you're supposed to be decked out uniformly. There was one rowing official who I won't name years ago who was a bit officious when it came to that. And I remember at Barwon one day he castigated me because I was coaching a girls' 4 that one of them didn't have matching hat on, matching cap. Well, she actually did, but it had faded.
Well, I know that it depends who you get. I'm still competing in the Masters, and you go to regattas, and sometimes it depends who you get officiating, and sometimes they're very strict on the hats, and sometimes they're not.
As I said, we won't mention any names.
So this is Crew 70. This is Dragons. Mixed Masters E8, Peter.
Dragons are a Masters club in Brisbane. I've rowed with Dragons in a couple of events in years past at Penrith. Stroke by Christopher Smith. Well, Dragons will be appreciating our Melbourne weather here today, I'm sure.
I'll bet you they are. So that's Crew 70. If you're looking at the program.
So, Star Boating Club on screen at the moment. Very cross between the colours of Argentina and the Hawthorn Rowing Club, aren't they?
Yes, it is, Pete. That's another Mixed Masters E. This is another big category. The mixed rowing, as I said, is becoming very, very popular. They have You can get championship medals if you win in this class at state and national level.
Well, it's a category that's brought many into the game and kept many into the game as well, JB.
Yeah, it has. Look, I love rowing mixed eights. It's great fun. Just another means of getting together with your club members.
Crew 64 is Tamar in the same category. Tamar from Tasmania, of course. And big representation from the Upper Isle today, as I said earlier. Tasmania with 13 crews, so great representation from on the other side of the Bass Strait. Good to see them here in Melbourne.
Yeah, another big contingent today. There's big contingents from everywhere, Pete, because the people are very happy to be back here. So this is Tamar from Tassie.
And crew number 69, which is the Derwent Mercantile Collegiate Rowing Club from Tasmania, DMCRC as it comes up on the program. Yes, mixed rowing is a great category to be involved in. Mind you, going back years ago, JB, we had separate women's rowing clubs and from the men, didn't we? There was Essendon Women's.
Well, I remember going through turmoil at Richmond in the annual general meeting of 1976 when the committee voted not to allow women into the club. I'll never forget it. And
well, they should have been
was
sacked.
overturned a couple of years later, and eventually we had a coxswain that went on to steer for Australia, Sue Lee.
I think it's fair to say that admitting women to rowing saved many clubs. All right,
Okay.
well, there's the gorgeous Hawthorn landing, and I think our mate John Perry is down there at the moment. Let's see who he's got.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Ross, who was the 3-seat of the Sydney Rowing Club boat. They've actually taken off, so I'll follow Ross up. Oh, they've actually taken off for them. How was the row, Ross?
Oh, it was a great row, I think. A beautiful course. It was a wonderful day. Absolute pleasure, yeah.
Have you done the head of the Yarra before?
This is my first time, and most of those guys have done it heaps, but it was my first time, so I had a wonderful time.
Was there any particularly challenging parts of the course?
I thought the first 8K was pretty tough, and after that it seemed to get easier, yeah.
And as bow side, you have to push the boat around the whole way. How was that?
Bow side usually does most of the work, that's right, yeah, absolutely.
And was there a particular race plan?
Start hard, try and get in front and stay in front, same as every rowing race.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for your time. Well done, and enjoy the celebrations.
Thanks very much.
And back to the commentary team now.
Thank you, John. Got a little bit of a break at the moment.
Yeah, John and Julie, both active members down here, Masters members, doing a great job on the interviews. So we've got another crew coming into view, Pete, on the monitor down the Hawthorn Strait. That's crew number 72, Balmain from up there on Sydney Harbour.
Dawn Fraser territory.
Exactly.
The bumblebee colours.
Yes, they've got the
Balmain.
distinctive. I've got a feeling that they're the same colours that Balmain in the rugby league wear or used to wear. I don't think it's a club. Is it still a club in the rugby league?
Not in the NRL, no.
Not in the NRL anymore, but they used to have that those colours. The bumblebee colours.
Marlene Chong stroking this particular boat today.
Another mixed crew, mixed Masters E8 from Balmain.
Just going past the staging at the school on the other side of the river. And about 100 metres to go for Balmain.
You can hear the coxswain coming through the PA system on the boat, encouraging the crew just to muster one last effort before they hit the finish line. That's a fantastic view up the Hawthorn Strait with the trees and the new landing, isn't it, Pete?
Oh, absolutely magnificent, JB. It certainly made a great deal of difference to the finishing area. Absolutely sensational staging. It's got to be the best in Victoria without a doubt. Which begs the question, will they ever replace the wooden landing in the city? One would hope eventually that would happen, but this one is, well, in the Star Wars category.
Now there's a crew coming whose number is obscured because the pin of it's a lower pin has come adrift, and the wind is blowing the number up the crew member's back, and we can't see what number it is, but they're coming into view soon, so we may be able to pick up their bow number and tell you which crew it is. It looks like one of the mixed eights, and it's crew number 65, I believe. 65 is
Caulfield Grammarians.
Caulfield Grammarians, Mixed Masters 8.
Well spotted, JB.
So that was Caulfield Grammarians from here in Melbourne. Mixed Masters E8, crew number 65. They're just going under the bridge now, finishing.
Old rowing mate of mine just dropped by to say hello, Mick Phillipson. And great to see him.
Yeah, Mick, who was a fantastic rower down here, won some big senior races in pairs mostly. And will also
started rowing with me, with Blake Thompson and Tony Gibson.
Well, yeah,
we had a great junior 4 years ago.
He ended up rowing with me, you know, almost
he lowered
10
his
years
colours,
later.
Did he?
Yeah, but he was a hard taskmaster, Mick. He used to drive us pretty hard in those pre-season training camps.
Right, well, these two crews make their way up the Hawthorn Straight. We'll be going back down to the landing. Here's John.
Well, I'm here with the Abbotsford ladies crew. Ladies, congratulations. How was the row?
It was fantastic. It was my first row down the Yarra. So.
First time ever on the Yarra. What was the most challenging part of the race for you?
When we just got cornered at the last bit, someone took us on and we went into the trees. So that was really disappointing when we were putting the hard yards in, the last 200 metres, and we had to pull back.
And where would you train for an 8-kilometre race in Sydney?
On the harbour, in the Parramatta River, outside Abbotsford Rowing Club.
Fantastic. And do you think you'll be back?
Oh, for sure. As long as this crew will continue to hang out with me, yeah, we'll be back.
Well, congratulations, ladies. Well done, and enjoy the rewards and celebrations post. Back to the commentary team.
Busy, busy, busy on the Hawthorn Straight at the moment. Pardon me. Crew number 75 making their way past us. That's from North Shore in New South Wales, and the female masters E8. It should be, which is 55 to 59 age bracket. One of the bigger categories here too. We've had Bairnsdale, Balmain, Glebe, Carrum, Commercial, Drummoyne, Leichhardt, Northwest Composite, and as I said, North Shore.
We've got a whole flotilla of crews coming down the Hawthorn Straight now, Pete. You can see all these different colours now on our monitor as they all tussle for position. The last little bit of the, this is the last little wind up of at the end of the head of the Yarra. Once they straighten up, they put in the big effort to get to the finish line. After negotiating, it's crew number 77, it looks like, coming past us now, which is Bairnsdale. Yeah, Bairnsdale from down in eastern Victoria. They've got themselves a female masters E8 together, which is great to see, that they're able to boat an 8 in the head of the Yarra.
Competing.
Bairnsdale are regular competitors at the regattas around the traps in Melbourne. This is crew number 74 now coming through. River City Women's Female Masters E8.
From Brisbane. And crew number 73, which is Commercial from Brisbane, one of the bigger clubs in the Brisbane metropolitan area. 55 to 59, the age group, event 13, female masters E8.
And crew number 80, Carrum, in the very distinctive black and fluorescent green stripes on their outfits are in the female Masters E category, and they're just coming through now, completing their rowing commitments here. I can't hear you on my mic on my headphones anymore. I used to be able to.
Crew number 81.
So this is Balmain glebe. They looks like mostly Balmain with one glebe. In this, the female Masters 8, E8 category. So E averaging 55. And now it's crew 78, Pete.
Drummond and Leichhardt coming up towards the finish line, and as they do, let's go down to the landing, and here's John again.
Congratulations. Is Brisbane Grammarians?
Yes, Brisbane Grammarians, yeah.
Have you been rowing since you're at school together?
No, just for the last, about 10 years.
And is this your first head of the Yarra?
No, I did it 2 other times, about 2016 and a couple of years before that.
Does it get any easier third time around?
We're getting older, so you've got to try harder.
And what was the most challenging part for you?
Oh, the start, I reckon, because you've got to get into the groove as quickly as you can, because there's not a lot of opportunity to warm up.
Well, thanks for coming down to Brisbane, and congratulations, and enjoy your reward for effort.
Thank you very much.
And now back to the commentary team.
Thanks, John. So this is crew 79 coming through now. This is once again the female Masters E category, University of Queensland.
UQ.
Rowing pretty neatly, still rowing strong after 8.4 kilometres.
Hey, they reckon it's only 8K. I was a bit upset when I heard that, John, because all those years I rode the extra 0.6 of a K for nothing. Now they say it's only 8K, only 8K.
Just another reminder about oars. Could all competitors please ensure that once your boat is stowed, can you come back and get your oars straight away and don't leave them down here, because we're getting a bit of a bank up. There's a huge number of oars down at the far end of the near the bridge part of the landing, and we need to clear them out of the way so there's plenty of room for the other crews to come through.
Looking back towards the city now, and crews starting out on their journey, their 8K journey.
Yeah, we're getting a great shot now of down in the city of Melbourne where the race starts. The race starts right in the heart of Melbourne at the just next to the main where most of the rowing clubs are located, opposite the CBD on the Yarra, and you can see the crews in the next bracket coming through past the Nilex clock sign.
All right, while we're watching those crews, let's go back to the staging at the finish of the 8K course, and here's John again on the landing.
You there, Rob?
Right, we don't seem to have John with us just at the moment. You've got to be pretty quick, because getting the boats out is an issue in itself, and trying to organise a couple of talking heads can be a tad on the hard side when you get marshals in the road and get out of the road and everything's meant to work like clockwork, and it is. One of the reasons for the head of the Yarra's success is because for year after year, the same people do the same jobs. And when people come in to take their place, they then know what job they'll be doing the next year. And that makes for a very smooth operation.
Well, the weather just seems to be getting better and better here today. And we've got another crew now coming down the Hawthorn Straight. Just trying to pick up their number. Their crew number 82.
JB.
So they're a mixed crew. And they're F. And they're Phoenix.
Phoenix from South Australia.
Or a Phoenix from South Australia. I've been reliably informed.
I asked that question a few years ago, and the club rose from whatever trouble they were in. So hence the name. But a good representation.
They seem to be having a few problems in the crew, but they seem to have sorted it out. And they're back rowing again now. The Phoenix crew from South Australia. Crew number 82 in the mixed F category.
All right, let's go back down to John on the staging and see who he's got with us this time.
We're with the Star Rowing Club, mixed 8 all the way from New Zealand. Congratulations. How was the row?
Awesome. Yeah, no, great row. Bit fast at the beginning, then we controlled it and powered through at the end.
And what brought you to Melbourne to do the head of the Yarra?
A couple of planes.
I walked into that, didn't I? What encouraged you to enter the head of the Yarra and do the 8-kilometre gruelling course?
We came over in 2019, had a great time, so I thought we'd better come back and have an even better time.
And where do you train for the 8.5-kilometre race in New Zealand?
Oh, we train on the harbour, so, we get tugs to get us in and out. So it's a bit different here, having people assisting us off the water, but pretty awesome.
Congratulations. Enjoy the rewards post. Well done. And back to the commentary team.
I'm not getting the messages to cross to the interviews.
Crew number 86 coming into our picture right now, competing at event 14, the Mixed Masters Female 8 at 60 to 64. Sandy Bay, crew number 86. They're from Hobart, of course. Lovely part of the world in the Tasmanian capital. Rowing on the Derwent River.
Sandy Bay, from down in on the Derwent in Tasmania. Our former president, Pat Freeland-Small, rode down there for a couple of years while he was based down there with his work. So he knows a lot of these members. There's some quite influential corporate people involved. I think there's the present chief executive of the Mona down there is I'm not sure if it's this Sandy Bay crew, but he's in one of the Sandy Bay crews.
Stephen Hawkins, of course, an Olympian from Tasmania, partnered Peter Anthony to win the double sculls in Barcelona in 1992.
He did, Peter, and the story goes that he never fully recovered from that particular final that he rode in with Peter Anthony, where they won, where they beat the Austrians for the gold medal, and he didn't do much rowing after that. But of course, Peter Anthony himself still very competitive on the Masters scene here in Melbourne. Legend of the rowing scene.
Saw his name on the program actually, and if he is rowing, he'll be seen a little bit later on. Peter's still very active in Masters rowing. Mind you, you wouldn't have expected anything else from such a great competitor.
yeah, anybody that saw Peter Anthony in the gym knew he was deadly serious about his rowing.
Crew number 83 is Drummoyne. And the mixed Masters F8.
Drummoyne, another one of the Sydney Harbour crews. Although a lot of them now train up on the either the Parramatta River or the Lane Cove River, which would give them a slightly more sheltered training venue than the Sydney Harbour, which could be a bit touch and go.
A bit like Albert Park Lake on a bad day, isn't it, JB?
Absolutely. Although apparently Albert Park, if you took on water, you could always step out and just tip the boat out, tip the water out of the boat and get back in.
Crew 87 is Townsville JCU, and I see listed in the crew here Ray Clitheroe, who has had a few health problems over recent years. Great to see Ray back in the boat, and stroked by Alan Wallace, who I've rowed with and against.
Yes, Alan Wallace is quite a character from up there in
That's one way of putting it.
He's a legendary member and competitor from Townsville. So this is another mixed 8.
9 boats in this particular category, which is event 14, the Mixed Masters F8 Plus. F division, of course, 60 to 64. Event 15, the next one on the program, is the Male Masters F8, and that's an even bigger category. 60 to 64, again, average age. We've got Brisbane Grammarians, Leichhardt, Riverway Composite, Mercantile Combination with Banks, North Shore 2 crews, actually, Old Zaverians, Oxley Composite, they would be from Brisbane, Riverside and Riverway, Toowong, Vikings 2, Vikings Composite with Outback Rowing 1, Brisbane and GPS with Carrum Composite and Powerhouse Composite. So a big listing of crews there in the Male Masters F8.
This is Melbourne Mixed Masters F8 now, just hitting the finish line, closely followed by crew. Oh, I'm just trying to pick up the number of the crew behind the Melbourne crew.
It's Commercial.
It's 85 Commercial.
Commercial from Brisbane.
From Brisbane, yes. And another crew in the mixed F category.
And we're looking back down the Hawthorn Straight now, the final 600 metres of the 8K course. 3 boats coming towards us. Actually, make that 4 coming around the bend underneath the Hawthorn Rail Bridge.
Looks like some pretty neat rowing from that crew in the lead too, Pete.
Well, in fact, all 4 crews. As we build up towards the bigger end of the program, the more important end of the program, with the male open and the female open. Gee, last time in 2019, the female open was so closely contested. I think the first 3 boats were within 21, 22 seconds of each other. Sydney, the defending title holders in the male division, crew number 98 going past us.
This is the Mercantile crew, but it looks like they've got a couple of Banks members in there as well.
Mercantile Banks Composite, yeah.
Jim Lowe and is it Alan Curtin? I'm trying to remember his name. Mercantile Banks Composite. Some pretty handy rowers in that boat. And they've...
number 95 is Vikings Outback Rowing 1. And crew number 93, Toowong. One of the bigger clubs in Brisbane.
Yeah, they've sent down a fantastic contingent. Once again, Toowong, huge club on the Brisbane River. So this is Male Masters F, another hotly contested category.
16 boats involved. Crew number 94 going past our commentary position now.
North Shore. This is their number 1 crew.
From Sydney. Closely followed by crew number 100, Riverside.
Riverside from South Australia.
And a very vociferous Cox just the same.
Yeah, coxswains in both those Masters crews really exhorting the ultimate effort from the crews.
Incidentally, speaking of coxswains, JB, there is a special award to be held today on the head of the Yarra for the first time, the coxswain of the course. As we see a grammarian's crew come into view, crew number 104.
Brisbane Grammarians, yes, Peter. This is once again, we're in the Male Masters F division.
And just to finalise that story about the cox of the course, it doesn't necessarily mean that the cox is in the fastest boat, but the cox that steers the straightest and the shortest course will win the Cox of the Course award. So,
and yes, Peter, and I believe they pick it up by the GPS tracking device, which is new this year. So Des Jacobson worked very hard to develop the system of the GPS tracking, which is on the bow of the boats. It's a little device attached to the bow of the boats, and we get the tracking, and we get their start and exact finish, and we're able to determine what course they took, and therefore we're able to work out who was the best coxswain. Pete.
Who would have thought that in 1957?
Well, exactly. I mean, what a world we live in, really, isn't it?
The head of the Yarra was started by the great and late Stan Jeffries. And in 1957, there were 14 entrants, 11 starters. And I think Stan would be, I think, just a little bit chuffed if he could see what regatta this has grown into. It's not a regatta anymore, JB. It's an event.
It's an event, and what a legacy Stan left us. This is crew number 96 coming through now. It's Mackay Composite. So Mackay up there in Queensland, Pete, I'm guessing.
I've got crew 96 as Riverway Composite.
I've got them as Mackay.
Oh, different sheet. We're working on a different sheet there.
All right, anyway.
Cool.
All right, now crew number 90, Pete, is Melbourne. No. So that's Melbourne and Y Rowing Composite. Mixed F8. All right, now they're coming thick and fast now, Pete. We've got on the monitor, they're all lined up now, coming down the Hawthorn Straight.
5 crews.
Trying to get best position.
240 odd crews in the event today. Entries, when they opened, were just about fully subscribed in a flash, and that was 70 odd days before today's actual race. Amazing.
Yeah, and the logistics to get this event up and going starts months prior. It's just a huge effort from everyone. This is crew number 91 coming through now, North Shore.
North Shore from Sydney. 2 North Shore boats in this particular category, which is event 15, Male Masters F8. And for those of you unfamiliar with rowing masters categories, that's between 60 and 64 age group average. Crew number 21. Now they're
21.
Have to go back over
That's Powerhouse in Albert Park.
And crew number 101. And there's a boat there without a bow number. That's not going to help us.
Yeah, no, can't. Oh no. Well, there's a number on her back, and that's crew number 99, and that is
Maxwell Smart's offsider.
Vikings 2 from up there in Brisbane, Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then next we got crew number 102 coming through, Riverway. Riverway number 1 crew in the green, Male Masters F crew.
Certainly one of the bigger categories here.
So F is average around 60 and very, very competitive.
You think it'd get easier when you get older, wouldn't it?
Oh no, these guys train just as hard as the young blokes. They may not go as fast, but they train just about as hard. And apparently the saying is, the older we get, the faster we were.
Is that true with the Beagles?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, well, a little bit of a cessation of activities on the final stretches of the course at the moment, so let's take a look at this little piece we've put together.
Hi, my name's Rob Flokus and I'm the president of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. The Hawthorn Rowing Club is the proud host of the Head of the Yarra, and our club, along with its members and team of dedicated volunteers, look forward to seeing all competing crews and spectators at this year's event. A little bit of history: the race was first held in 1957, and this year is the 62nd running of this Australian classic rowing head race. The Head of the Yarra is the largest eights-only rowing event in Australia and is listed as one of the most notable head races in the world. The course itself is an 8-kilometre long gruelling time trial exclusively for eights, and it attracts some of the best crews from around the country and also overseas. The Head of the Yarra is a true coxswain's race, where the coxswains must take their best line over the winding 8-kilometre course and navigate the 11 bridges and motivate their crew whilst avoiding crashes. And the race starts in the CBD of Melbourne, in central Melbourne, and finishes 8 kilometres upstream at Hawthorn Rowing Club. This year we've capped the event to approximately 270 entries. And so far entries have come from all over Australia as well as internationally from New Zealand. I'd also like to make a special mention to Leichhardt Rowing Club from New South Wales for entering 113 rowers in this year's event, which is the highest number of entries from any other club this year. Now, in an event like this one, there's a lot of logistics and planning and organisation that needs to happen, and hopefully all goes well on the day and crews will get to the finish line safely with a sense of satisfaction. To make an event like the Head of the Yarra work, there's a large number of 150 dedicated volunteers and a Head of the Yarra committee, and special thanks must be given to the Head of the Yarra committee and all the volunteers for setting things up and keeping the event safe and fun. There's also several sponsors and supporters that generously contribute to make this event happen, so I must give special mention and thanks to our supporters and major sponsors: the Bendigo Bank Canterbury Community Branch, Prime Value Asset Management, Baker's Delight, Winning Edge Presentations for the T-shirts, Rowing Victoria, Rival Kit Rowing Clothing, the Big Screen Company for their live feed broadcast, or Inspired, who provide the real-time tracking and timing technology that's been fitted to all of the eights at the Head of the Yarra, our hospitality partner Burnley Brewing, our rowing partner Sykes Rowing, the Victorian State Government, the City of Boroondara for our wonderful staging, which I'm standing on at the moment, Parks Victoria, City of Melbourne, and the Emergency Services of Victoria. And lastly, a big thank you to the Victorian rowing community and all of our interstate and international visitors, and good luck to all crews that have entered for what promises to be a fantastic day in Australian rowing history.
And again, many thanks to all our sponsors. We saw the Old Zaverians crew go past just a moment ago. Crew number 106 also going through in front of our commentary position at the moment. And looking on our sheet, they're in the next category, in the Male Masters G, I think it was, which is 65 to 69. There was some bad weather forecast for this afternoon, but so far it's looking, well, cloudy and overcast, but not too bad.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good here, Pete. And we've got lots of crews coming through now. We've got crew number 92, and they're from Leichhardt. They got the distinctive white with the red and blue chevron on the back. That's Leichhardt Male Masters F. And coming up alongside them, making it a pretty close race, is crew number 105, which is the Male Masters G8 from Toowong. G being
should know
70, around average 70.
G is 65 to 69. Actually, yeah, 65 to 69.
65 to 69, yeah, correct. Yes.
H is 70 to 74.
Now, I can hear him, but the thing is, I can't hear him.
Right, crews continue to come past. Crew number 111, which is another from Leichhardt, competing in the Male Masters G8 section, 65 to 69 as they come through towards our commentary area. Let's go back to John on the staging.
So Neil, welcome to the head of the Yarra. How was that course of the Drummoyne Rowing Club?
Not too bad. It was a lot windier than we've had before. I noticed a few crews ahead of us ended up in some branches.
They call it the Cox's race. Would you believe in that description, and what was challenging about it?
Absolutely. The big bend, particularly if you've got a competitor either right in front or right behind, because you're taking them at different angles. Even not the big bend, there are some 90-degree turns there that are pretty challenging unless you've got a free run.
And any comments to keep the crew motivated as you push through the 8 kilometres?
7 kilometres to go, 6 kilometres to go, 5 kilometres to go. That's about it.
Fantastic. You'll be back for the head of the Yarra next year?
Yeah, well, I've been coming down since 2015, but the crew's been coming down for much longer than that.
Fantastic. And where do you train back home?
At Drummoyne on Iron Cove.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Congratulations, and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
And now back to the commentary team.
Thank you, John.
Yeah,
and
thanks, John.
Plenty of activity in the Hawthorn Straight, which is the last 600 metres or so of the 8K event.
Yeah, we've got three crews coming down in a procession at the moment. We can see on our monitor.
This is the camera situated on the
looks
Hawthorn
like
Bridge.
looks like the lead crew in this group is a Melbourne crew, I would say, but looking at the colours. And it's crew number 114, which is Melbourne Male Masters G.
Male Masters G8. Stroke
So
by
Melbourne,
Philip Wright.
Melbourne, a very strong club in Masters rowing here in Melbourne, and they compete, you know, pretty fiercely. And we've just got the Mercantile crew with the two Banks guys, Curtin and Lowe, in the middle of the boat, joining the Mercs guys, and they're just pulling into the landing now.
112 is another Toowong representative crew, stroked by John Bliss.
Curtin and Lowe, obviously they're former Australian representatives and very keen Masters rowers.
Crew number 107, Black Mountain Canberra composite crew. Some big representation too from the ACT today.
Yep, but Black Mountain Canberra, great to see them here.
13 crews all told from the ACT.
Brilliant, fantastic.
And crew number 109, let's look back down the river now to it's Yarra. Mark McComb the stroke.
So this is a very big category, Peter. There's lots of crews in this Male Masters G, 65 to 69. So 109, as you said, Pete, Yarra. Yep.
Side. Crew number 109, as I said, from Yarra. All the bends just on that topic, especially the big bend. It's port round bow side, check it stroke side, up the Scotch straight, repeat the same procedure.
That's the key, isn't it, Pete? It's the if you can negotiate the big bend, especially if you've got someone alongside you, you know, you're going to make up a lot of ground.
Well, it's very hard there, JB, isn't it? Because you've got the sandbank on the left-hand side, and if you go too far to the other side, you hit the bank on the Alexander Avenue side.
Well, we find it hard enough in training to get round there. I don't know what it's like. I haven't rowed one of these for years, so it must be incredibly difficult to get around for a coxswain. So it looks like we've got
103.
103 would be Adelaide University. Yeah, yep. Very distinctive. The chevron. Crew number 103.
Look a bit like Wentworth colours, don't
they? They do remind me of the Wentworth up there on the Darling. Fantastic club up there, Wentworth Rowing Club. But this is crew number 103. This is Adelaide University in the Male Masters G category. Stroked by Philip Marshall.
Thank you.
All right, we're having a medal presentation shortly for from the crews in the earlier part of the program today. So that will be in front of Xavier Shed. So coming up shortly, we're going to have a 20-minute presentation for the earlier competing crews.
That's to be done by Mark Oliver. And for those of you who have been successful and will be getting the gong, for the other events, that will be up in the park round about 2:30 this afternoon for the remainder of the events on today's big program.
That's right. Yes, Pete. The
over 30 categories, JB, and hard to think we only had 11 crews rowing in the first race. Now we've got 30 categories.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Okay, we've got crew number 116 coming down now, Pete. It's Male Masters G8 Brisbane.
Brisbane, correct.
In a boat called the Lone Market. Very colourful zooties that they're wearing.
Stroked by Richard Warner. Looking further back down the Hawthorn Straight now, coming into view Here's crew number 110. That's another one from Leichhardt.
Leichhardt, yes, another Leichhardt crew.
The first Leichhardt crew rode back in 2004, and since then it's become a bit of a tradition with Leichhardt, with about 10 to 12 crews competing each year. In 2015, their crew was the first and still the only winning crew from Leichhardt, winning the Men's Masters F to G8 for many years. And as a C-grade crew, they finished in the top 25 outright. And then, well, they aged slowly, slipping down the results. But what a representation from Leichhardt. So fantastic to see those huge numbers from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Absolutely marvellous for them to take part in such numbers that they have. And they've got just a few strokes to go to complete the 8K course, going underneath the finish line at the Hawthorn Bridge, built in 1861. The oldest bridge on the course and the oldest bridge on the Yarra. Now a couple more swinging, or in fact 3 more crews swinging out past the final bend, which is the stroke side bend. Bow side are glad to hear that. More weight on stroke side, because the rest of the bends are all bow side, especially the big bend. Oh, that's good. All right, well, those 3 crews make their way up the course. A little bit of a steering snafu there, but they're okay. Let's go to our first medal presentation now with Mark Oliver. He's in front of the Xavier College boat shed.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm delighted to give the first medal presentation a bit earlier than planned, but the team that did a cracking time has to go, so we're going to do it now. We've very kindly, we've got 2 counsellors who've come, Wes and Susan, to give out these medals. And so this is for the Event 3, Male School 8, Year 10 and Open 3 Division. I hope that's correct, yes? And third was Xavier College 2 in a time of 32:12. Second was Xavier College in a time of 31:11. But beating them by 74 seconds, a good healthy margin, with Xavier College 1, the Year 10. So well done, guys. If you'd like to come forward and just stand in front of here. And we'd like to present you with the medals. We know you've got to go and do things like exams. And so I'd ask Susan and Wes to come forward. Thank you. And what was the secret to success? Can someone share it with me? Any secrets? Row hard, yeah? Was it a tough race? Well, well done you. Cracking time. 29:57. A superb time. Okay. And Year 10. Brilliant, guys. Bodes very well for the future. Obviously a team to beat. Okay, and thank you very much.
Okay, well done to the Xavier boys, just Year 10s, and did it in a pretty good time. 29 minutes for a Year 10 crew. It's pretty fast. So well done to them.
There'll be more presentations a little bit later on, as I said, during the course of the day. The main one, or the biggest one, will be in the park afterwards, and let's hope the weather holds. It's okay at the moment, not too much on the radar. Storms were forecast this afternoon, around about 3 o'clock, so we're keeping our fingers crossed that that is incorrect. 240 odd crews taking part today. Great to have the head of the Yarra back after 4 years, during which time the landing was built. We had COVID, we had floods, had about a lot, JB.
Oh, we've just about had everything. Just a couple of notes on some of the Masters crews now. They've got a bit of a break in the program. We've got it's just a little bit of a background here from Jill Harfield from the Pembroke Club up in
South Australia.
South Australia, and they were in the women's female F category. And Jill was saying that all the rowers in this crew began rowing as mature age beginners. They were inspired to take up rowing when their children became involved in school rowing. Well, that's a very common method of going back to rowing or starting rowing, and it's certainly the way here at Hawthorn. She said that we train once a week, not too early, on a Sunday morning, followed by brunch and a chat about how good we are getting. How about that, Pete?
The older they get, the better they are.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. We've got another note here from David Lees, who have a crew. He's involved with a crew in the Male Masters E category, and they train on the Parramatta River, University of New South Wales. And he was saying that in terms of who they've got on board, we've got a prosthodontist. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. I think it's.
You want to have another run up at that?
I think I've got something to do with teeth, and I think mine have just slipped out as I said it. A solicitor, an IT guru, a cardiothoracic surgeon.
He'd be handy, especially at the 7K mark.
Correct. And a forensic lawyer in the boat. What could go wrong? So they've got all bases covered there, Pete.
Yeah, we thank the crews for giving us the information. I was looking through the Curtin University Boat Club. They've got some red-hot rowers in their boat.
Yep. Yeah, we've got just a note from some of our international friends. The Star Boating Club from Wellington in New Zealand.
We had them go through.
That's
Remember
right.
they had the colours that were very similar to Hawthorn's?
Yes, the blue and white.
Blue and white hoops, broad.
Horizontal hoops.
Yeah.
We've had a note here given to us by Brian Dunn. Thanks for that, Brian. One member of their crew, this is in the Mixed Masters E category. One member of their crew is Grant Kittle, and he is the father of New Zealand Olympic rowing medalist Jackie Kittle. Now, Jackie is pretty well credentialed. She won a gold medal in the lightweight double in the 2019 World Championships in Ottenschein in Austria.
Jawohl.
Yeah. So, we've got people whose kids row and they've come back to rowing, and we've had people that have been former champions that have come back to rowing, and we've had people that have just, potted around and then stuck with rowing all their lives, like myself.
It's hard to give it away.
It is. I find it like a drug. Okay, now we've got a crew coming down through past the commentary position, and Pete, it's crew number 119.
Crew number 119. That's Leichhardt again.
Another Leichhardt crew.
This Leichhardt one stroke by Charles Buzzacott.
They're rowing pretty well too, Pete. That's
down through the listings, I think.
That's A and C. They're the young masters, Peter. Yep, A to C.
A to C,
I think
which
A
is
starts at
27
to
49.
Yeah, so they're in the younger masters category. So they'll probably be getting quite reasonable times, probably much faster than obviously the crews in the older category. As you get older, you tend to get a bit slower, unfortunately, as I'm painfully aware.
You speak for yourself.
Yeah, well, I am speaking for myself. Painfully aware. All right, now here's crew number 118, Pete.
Crew number 118, which is from Auckland, our Kiwi
These are our
cousins, and they're looking pretty good, I tell you.
A to C, more of our friends from New Zealand. Fantastic to have the guys from across the ditch here representing, the New Zealand rowing here today.
Closely followed by Curtin University, a couple of notables in there. Rob Scott in the 6th seat, Glenn Loftus in the stroke seat, 9-time member of the Penrith Men's Interstate 4. Stewart Preside, Ron Snook, Jonathan Fevers, Tom Atkinson in the bow. Rob Scott, of course, 8-time member of the Kings Cup Interstate 8, a member of the winning WA crew in 1999. And he was a dual Olympian, Barcelona and Atlanta, winning a silver medal in the men's pair in 96 and winner of the Australian Championships in the men's pair in 4. So a very well-credentialed crew, that Curtin University.
University from WA, Pete.
From WA, indeed.
And then we've just got crew 145 going past us now, which is Just turn over the page. And I find that crew number 145 is not on my list. And going past us now is crew number 121. 121, which is the Yarra crew, male masters A to C. So more of the younger masters now going through. Followed by crew number 127.
The University of Queensland, stroked by Simon Smart. And they've got about 50 strokes to go. Another Toowong crew coming past us now in the same category. Always Toowong crews turned out really superbly, and this one's no exception. All right, let's go back to John in our interview area while they go under the bridge.
Thank you, Peter. I'm here with Bridget from the Sandy Bay Rowing Club, the mixed eight that's just tackled ahead of the Yarra. How was the course, Bridget?
We had a really good row this year. We had some expert coxing, so thank you from Hawthorn Rowing Club, and a really good row all the way up.
What was the most challenging part of the race, did you find?
I think we managed to get past 3 crews in the first 2,000 metres and managed to hold that all the way through. So, yeah, and a little bit of steam in the end. So, excellent row.
And how many times would you train on the Derwent River to prepare for a race like this?
Oh, well, depends on the conditions on the Derwent River because it can be pretty choppy at times. We sank ourselves a fortnight ago. So, yeah, we've been training for about 3 or 4 months, but not really consistently. So.
And did you have a race plan for today?
We wanted to try and collect a couple of crews in the first 2K and then hold it out to the end. So we managed to follow a plan. It was good.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for entering the head of the Yarra. Congratulations and enjoy the celebrations.
Okay, thank you. Good luck to Cox too. Hopefully he gets some quick Cox prize.
Back to you in the commentary team, Peter.
Well, that interview is in progress and coming hard on the heels of Balmain. Crew number 123, Brisbane and GPS.
Yeah, we just had the Balmain Bumblebees go past Pete, and now we've got the Brisbane GPS crew number 123 going past us now.
Closely followed by North Shore, JB.
Yeah, they're coming thick and fast now. These are the A to C. So as we have mentioned a couple of times, these are the younger masters rowers.
Closely followed by crew 122 from Wendouree, Ballarat. And I think they'll find this a little bit flatter than Lake Wendouree generally is. Some interesting rows on Lake Wendouree in years past. Yeah. Well, I can tell you the water's pretty cold.
Yeah, Lake Wendouree can be pretty hit and miss sometimes, and they had trouble with weeds a few years ago and they had to drain it, and they had to, rowing was put in abeyance until they got rid of the weeds and then went back to normal.
It was dry for some time, wasn't it, going back into the dim, dark past?
I think in one of the big droughts it might have dried up completely. A bit like Albert Park in the 67 or 66, 67 drought. $1.17 looks like they got a bit of trouble there, Pete. It looks like they got
commercial Toowong composite.
We've got Bow and 2 are out of the they're not rowing at all. 2's shipped his oar and Bow's just hanging onto his oar. This is crew 117. This is a commercial Toowong from up there in Brisbane.
Looks mainly commercial. I can't see any Toowong duties there.
And we're just on our monitor now. Here they're just coming into view from the commentary position, and they've obviously had some equipment malfunction.
I can vouch for the fact that that's not much fun. I remember once in the head of the Yarra, I lost a seat just going underneath Hoddle Bridge.
Yep.
And the late Dennis Burke was in the seat in front of me.
Oh, right.
The language was very fruity, I can tell you.
We had an incident one year in rowing the head of the Yarra where we caught a polystyrene esky top on the bow of our boat, and we had to send the bowman out onto the bowsprit to pull it away so we could get going again.
I can't see what the problem is there.
No, you wouldn't know, but they've obviously had some sort of equipment problem. Yeah, broken rigger could be a broken rigger. Yeah.
Might be a broken rigger, something to do with two's rigger.
Yeah. Anyway,
you don't need that.
We're back with the view down the course, down the last part of the course, the Hawthorn Straight. That magnificent view. You'd think you're out in the bush, wouldn't you, Pete?
When you come around that last bend, you think, no, we've got about 600 metres to go, and you know you're there.
Yeah. Once you turn, go under the bridge and straighten up, that's when the coxswain really.
The Orange Army out in force, organising the boat clearance from the staging there, the new magnificent staging, and it looks absolutely grand. All right, John's busy sussing out interviews for us on that staging. Let's see who he's got this time.
Thank you. I'm here with Matt from the Old Severians. He rode stroke seat in the Masters
F grade. Most of us are over 60. So.
And how was the race, Matt?
Look, I think we did as well as we could. I think we did pretty well. We rated about 25, thereabouts, 26. Just kept it modest and had the power on in the 20 stroke sections after each bridge. That was the way we did it.
And have you rode the course a few times in trading leading up to this event?
Not as many times as we'd hoped. So only a couple of times. We've had a few crew changes, people overseas, people in India getting crook. So we've had some challenges, but we've done it a couple of times, yeah.
And does it feel like your spiritual regatta being staged here at Hawthorn?
Yeah, it's pretty handy finishing the race and just taking the boat right into the sheds, and that's it, we're done. Have a beer.
Fantastic. We'll enjoy that beer. I'm sure well deserved. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thanks indeed. Thank you.
And we'll cross back now to the commentary team. Thank you.
Right there, being able to rack the boat in the shed and go and have a couple of frosties. Very handy.
Once again, thank you, John. I've just got a quick note here. Angela Tracy, thanks for your input. A little bit of information from the Dragons Rowing Club in the Mixed Masters E8 category. She said that after a 4-year hiatus, we're super excited to be back in the head of the Yarra again this year, and so is everybody else. So thanks for that, Angela. Hope you're listening.
All right, crew number 130.
This crew looks
pretty
slick to me coming through here now, Pete, if you have a look at
Sydney
their rowing style.
In the mixed 8, including Masters A to C, 27 to 49, therefore.
This is Sydney Rowing Club. 130. It's the mixed A to C, the younger mixed crew. So they're rowing very, very well, very neatly. Blades in synchronisation, close to the water. They'll get a pretty quick time in their category, I would imagine. Plus the fact that there's a big gap, looks like a big gap to the next one in their bracket, Pete.
That always helps if you've got clear water fore and aft. Does make it a little bit easier to negotiate the bends and the other hazards that you might encounter along the way, along the 8K course.
Well, just looking around me and looking up, Pete, the weather just looks absolutely sensational. Let's hope it holds out for the rest of the
Well, when I saw the weather forecast last night, I thought, I don't believe this, because years ago we had this huge storm where half the regatta field had to be cold, and I was in the half that was cold. I remember sitting on the start for 20 minutes freezing, and then we were told we weren't going to row. So it wasn't particularly pleasing, I'm here to tell you. But that's rowing. It's an outdoor sport and you make the most of it. I must admit, rowing on the Yarra is something that, well, it's always calm. Even on the windiest of days, JB, you can get a good row, can't you?
Well, especially down here where we are, Pete. Okay, we're going to cross to John Perry for another interview.
I'm with Andrew from the Yarra Rowing Club. Andrew, how was the course today?
Excellent. Yeah, a great amount of fun over the first 4Ks leading into Big Bend. Lots of commotion, lots of clashing of blades, but all clean and good fun. Great conditions. No, we had a good row. Had a really good row.
And what are what's the biggest challenge as a cox out there today?
Oh, look, it's all very well to have your line, but at the end of the day, your line's dependent on the traffic, who's around you. So often you can't take the line that you really want to take, and then you've got to make adjustments accordingly.
And did you have to do that, go around a few crews?
Yeah, particularly Big Bend. Yeah, I had to cut Big Bend very short, had to go in hard and try to get it round quickly, and but we got round there, yeah.
And have you got any go-to sayings to motivate the crew when they're just getting a little bit flat at the 5 or 6K mark?
Sit tall, draw up, stay relaxed.
Sounds like great advice. Thank you for your time. Congratulations. Enjoy.
Okay. Thank you.
And go back to the commentary team now. Thank you.
Talking down there, we were looking at a couple of crews that go past. Adelaide University crew number 135 and Powerhouse number 128 on the male masters or mixed masters A to C section.
These mixed masters crews in the A to C section, they're all pretty high quality crews, don't you think, Pete?
I can say that again. Yeah, very competitive, very good, very fast, very well trained, very well turned out. And crew number 134 on screen there is Manning River Lake Macquarie. And 6 out of the 8 crew won bronze at the 2023 Australian Masters Championships in the Mixed Masters D8. It's their first time at the head of the Yarra, so I hope they're enjoying it.
Yeah, this is another big category, the Mixed Masters A to C. So it'll be very, very competitive in terms of times and who gets the
A to C.
Who ends up with the chocolates after this?
27 to 49.
Yep. So young to youngish.
When you get to my age, everything's youngish. Crew number 133 on screen there. 133 is ADF Rowing, Australian Defence Force from the ACT.
Yep, they row up there in Lake Burley Griffin, but they train all over the place apparently. I was speaking to a lawyer from their crew who's in the 7th seat, and she was telling me that they've basically just got together on the day, but they've done a lot of Zoom training and out of the boat training and different training. And yeah, they're defence force from Canberra, but they've come from all over the shop to get together to row, and it's great to see them here today.
And crew number 131 coming into view too at the moment, looking from our camera on top of the Hawthorn Bridge, crew from Richmond in the Tiger colours, again in the mixed A to C in the Masters division. We saw the ADF crew go through just before them. They train on, you mentioned Lake Burley Griffin. That was the scene of the first Australian Masters regatta back in the 1980s.
I didn't know that, Pete.
I remember rowing there. I was amazed at how competitive everybody was. We went up there, I think, for a bit of a long weekend. We got a bit of a rude awakening.
I have rowed there once as a guest of Alan McKinnon, who was a former member of this club and worked up there,
yeah.
Alan McKinnon,
Yeah.
and he got me rowing there one day. This is Richmond now, crew number 131 coming through. And this is another crew in the mixed masters A to C category. They're all pretty well turned out crews, these mixed crews. It is a lot of fun, Pete, rowing mixed masters 8s. I've rowed a few of them at state and national level, and it's a whole lot of fun.
It is.
Just trying to match up strengths and styles and lengths and all sorts of
getting
things.
the seating right.
You've got to get the mixture right.
You do, and that's the hard part, I think.
But it's fun. It's great. It's great for clubs to be able to get get together in the 4 girls and the 4 boys and rowing as a crew. It just is. You don't often train that way. You usually train in your own section, your own categories for what your main event is. But to get together on the day and throw a mixed crew is just so much fun.
Well, getting together an 8 is hard on its own. You've got to get 8 people who are absolutely committed.
Yep.
JB, don't you?
Oh, especially if they're an hour and a half away up the bush too, Pete.
Yeah. And then somebody gets sick, so you've got to have a sub.
Oh, that's right. And you've got to have a sub on call.
Yeah.
You might be sick all of a sudden.
Rowing 8s is it's nice when you get one going.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I love being in a good 8. I love being in any sort of crew, really. But being in a good fast 8 is really rewarding and fun, and especially if you win.
I remember at Dimboola a few years ago, I just went down there to row a single. I was coaching a girls' crew, and they rowed and I rowed my single, and I was having a burger and a beer. And one of our club mates came up. We call him Uncle Joe, by the way.
Yeah,
He knows who he is.
Yep, good friend of mine.
He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "You're in the 8." I said, I'm in the 8. I still had my zooty on after rowing the single, so I had to put the burger and the beer down, and I jumped into the bow seat, and we won. It was a Dimboola.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
That's another. Okay, now shortly we're going to cross back to John for another interview.
And he's not at Dimboola. He's on the landing. We hope he's on the landing. He's just winding himself up.
All right, just another little note from one of our Masters crews here. A note from Ann Potter from Drummoyne Rowing Club, who's said to us, thanks Ann for this, she said that we're enthusiastic and a fun bunch of ladies who enjoy each other's company and love to row together. This is Okay.
Now I'm here with Richard Bowseat of the Vikings Rowing Club from Brisbane. Richard, how was the row?
The rowing was wonderful and the swimming was just as good.
A bit of water being splashed around?
Bit of water being splashed around. The ducks were friendly. So, nothing like the Brisbane River with the bull sharks and so on. So, this is a pretty tame experience for us.
Sounds like it. Will you be back?
Again and again.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for supporting the event, Richard. All the best. And we'll cut back to the commentary team now. Thank you.
Right, thanks again,
He
John.
forgot to mention the tide on the Brisbane River too. I was rowing a double up there years ago, and we were rowing against the tide, and it seemed to take an eternity to row 1,000 metres. It felt more like 8K.
It sounds like you went out the wrong time of day, Pete.
Oh, and we got rowed down right on the line too. Second last stroke by Toowong, crew from Toowong.
Cruelest cut of all. All right, this is crew number 132, and this is the Melbourne Argonauts composite. They've got a Albert Park, South Melbourne, and a powerhouse person in this crew, and this is the mixed A and C category.
A to C, yep.
Very, very competitive part of the race. Argonauts rode down there on Albert Park Lake.
The old powerhouse shed.
Where the old powerhouse shed was and still is. And it's interesting that they had a powerhouse and an Albert Park, South Melbourne person in the crew. So it made it an Albert Park Lake composite.
I remember once rowing on the Albert Park Lake when I was rowing with Powerhouse, and we actually sunk an 8 up near the, it was the Carousel Restaurant, I think they called it at the time.
Yep.
And you could see 8 heads bobbing. And we were a little bit worried about the cocks, but he was okay.
Would have made a great photo.
Oh, we were freezing to death. It was cold. And it was very choppy, obviously.
All right, we've got crew 136 coming into view. Now, once again, it's either Torrens or
That's Mosman, actually.
Okay, well, they wear very similar colours.
They do. Female masters A to C.
So Mosman up in Sydney and Torrens in South Australia. And this is a Mosman crew from Sydney, and it's female A to C. And
27 to 49 again, the
yep,
defending
so
champions of the University of Queensland.
Youngish.
And they rode around about 33 minutes back in 2019 to take out this category.
And this crew is rowing pretty well, as you'd expect, strong. And as they come down past our commentary position, they look really good, this crew.
Nice run in the boat.
Mosman composite. Clean, nice clean rowing. You can hear those blades as they come out at the finish. Nice send around the back turn. Well rowed. So as the camera pans around under the old Bridge Road Bridge, we've got a couple of more crews coming down on their monitor.
140 is a crew from Commercial in Brisbane, competing in the female Masters A to C division. As I said, the University of Queensland, the defending champions in this particular category.
So this is the female A to C bracket. So these are the younger female Masters, the ones that have probably some of them only recently finished their open rowing careers, now rowing Masters. Getting plenty of power, plenty of leg drive in the boat, in the middle of the boat where the engine room is. Nice rhythm from the stroke.
Followed by crew number 137. Similar colours, actually, because it's the Melbourne Rowing Club.
Yep, very similar.
Stroke by Zoe Ryan.
They got the two blue colours and the blue boat.
And again, a very tidy crew.
Yep, rowing well.
Rating 32.5 as they just about complete their commitment, going underneath the Hawthorn Bridge, which is where the finish line actually is. And we go from that crew to crew number 144, which is Karam.
Karam with the distinctive fluorescent green, yellow, whatever you want to call it, stripes.
Struck by Sarah Hayward. Another boat in the female Masters A to C category.
With the matching headgear and the matching buttons, rowing buttons on their oars. Which might be coincidental.
Puts us to shame.
So that's Karam. They rowed down there on the Victorian rowing course down there at Karam.
Got a tandem in the boat as well. Interesting setup. But you go with what works.
Yeah, tandem in the 7 and 6 seat. That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah.
Usually you have it more centre of the boat. But yeah, obviously whoever's in charge has decided that the tandem in the 6 and the 7 seat works better.
I'd suggest a lot of work has gone into that setup, wouldn't you?
I would say they've had to put a lot of thought into it, because you don't throw a tandem in the boat unless you know what you're doing. But Karam was going to be the big go-to rowing course in Victoria at one stage.
Melbourne got the Olympics.
Yeah, but Ngambie seems to have got the jump on them.
I remember years ago the King's Cup was rowed down there, and we had a searing northerly on the Saturday, and a cool change came through, and the wind was blowing from the opposite direction on Sunday for the interstate races.
Unbelievable.
She sure was breezy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've only rowed at Karam a couple of times, and I found it pretty open and exposed. But I guess the trees have grown up since then, and maybe it's a bit more protected.
So have we.
They have to be. One course that I do absolutely love, although I've never rowed on it, is Barrington down in Tasmania.
I haven't rowed on Barrington, I must admit.
As a spectacle, the view of the course just looks absolutely magnificent.
I've rowed on some interesting courses, and some of them have been, less than friendly to oarsmen. I think Lake Kawana would spring to mind as one of the roughest you can get your oar into on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland.
Okay.
Lovely looking course, but oh boy, can she get rough. It's got those, bit like Albert Park Lake, JB, concrete revetment walls around it, so the wash bounces off the concrete and comes back and hits you
gets
twice.
Gets your backwash, yeah.
Real fun.
Yep. Just another note from one of our Masters categories, men's G8 from Leichhardt. That one of their biggest entries here is from one of the most number of oarsmen and cruisers from Leichhardt. And Dean Patterson has said to us that he's talking about his crew. We were the first crew from Leichhardt to compete back in 2004, and since then it has become a club annual event with 10 to 12 crews attending each year. Absolutely fantastic. In 2015, our crew was the first and still the only winning crew from Leichhardt Rowing Club, winning the Men's Masters F to G8. For many years as a C-grade crew, we finished in the top 25 outright. Then as we aged slowly, slipping down the results. as inevitably happens.
Crew number 142 coming into view now. A composite crew from the Queensland capital, Toowong and Brisbane and GPS. Brisbane and GPS One Club. Composite with Toowong.
And it looks like a Riverside crew behind them, Pete.
Composite crew in front of us at the moment, with only a few strokes to go to complete their commitments, rating 31.5. Rowing on the Brisbane River, I've got to say, is a little bit different to rowing on the Yarra. The Yarra is usually much more, well, calmer than the Brisbane River. You've got a lot of boats there, especially the city cats, which can churn up some pretty big wash, I'm here to tell you.
Yeah, I've never rowed on the Brisbane River, but I know they do a head race up there annually.
I've rowed in the head of the Brisbane. I'll tell you, I've rowed it twice and been successful twice. There you go.
Oh, there you go. This is crew number 139, going past the commentary position now to Goolwa Riverside. Now, Goolwa, I think, is down there on the...
Australia.
Goolwa is at the mouth of the Murray River, is that right, Pete? But they've got a pretty strong rowing organisation down there at Goolwa. I know we met a couple of those blokes when I rowed a pair at the Nationals a couple of years ago.
And crew number 138 is coming into view. That's Y Rowing.
Now, Y Rowing, it's interesting, Pete, they were one of the first women's rowing clubs, I think, in Melbourne.
They row out of
Albert Park Lake.
Don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I started rowing, in terms of women's rowing, it was just Y and Melbourne Uni, and that was about it.
Didn't they have Essendon Ladies Rowing Club?
Oh, yes, of course, Essendon Ladies on the Maribyrnong, yes,
Yeah.
they did too, because they've got their own, I think they had their own shed. Not sure.
141 is Essendon, speaking of out that a ways. That's a cute little course, isn't it? The sprint regatta at Essendon.
Yeah, and there's another regatta they have there. It's the trying to think of the name of the Saltwater Classic, I think it's called. It's about a 4-kilometre race early in the season in September. So this is Essendon now coming into view. It's crew 141, and they are the female A to Cs.
Winning time the last time we had the regatta was 33 minutes in this category. Essendon rating 33. Swan River A&A going past us now in the Male Masters D8. Male Masters D8, 50 to 54 average age.
Just had a reminder from Central, Pete, that we're going to have another series of presentations at 12:30 out the front of Xavier. So if you're in the next bracket of races coming down or completed, then we suggest you make your way to the front of Xavier to collect your trophies for the next bracket of trophy presentations with Mark.
On screen, crew number 155, Male Masters D8 from Commercial, stroked by Michael Malakalis from the Queensland capital, of course. Big representation from Commercial here today, and that looks like a Barwon crew. Crew number 150. 150.
Yep. Well, I've just been reminded that the presentation at 12:20 will be for events 1 to 20 plus the para cruise.
Barwon crew going under the bridge to complete their 8K.
So 149 is just going past us now, Peter, and that's the Mosman Black Mountain.
Mountain combination.
Yeah, now that would be that would seem an unusual combination to me because they must be friends
Canberra.
because Black Mountain's Canberra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, obviously got together.
Well,
Might
they
be
might
parliamentarians.
be some old colleagues or something. So we got 152 and well, it looks like 63 with their sign.
No house.
Their number broken.
And Auckland. And the Kiwis giving as good as they got. Auckland on the left, Powerhouse on the right as they go under the bridge. Closely followed by Crew 154, the familiar colours of Corio Bay, that boat stroked by David Kelly. There's Corio, very neatly turned out crew, as you would expect from any crew from Corio Bay. Nice blade work, good finishes, good run in the boat, and I'm sure they'll be recording a good time. Crew 151 is from Tamar, same category, D8. That's male masters, 50 to 54 average age. Tamar from Tasmania.
Clearly distinguished by the huge T on their backs, Peter. Can't miss it. Rowing in the Norvik Spirit. Crew 151 from Tamar.
New AFL sides are going to look when they finally get kitted out. They'd love to call
that'll be
themselves
interesting,
the
won't it?
Devils, wouldn't they?
I wonder, are they going to get to build that new stadium or what?
It's what at the moment?
Now, Tamar, that's Launceston, is it not? Peter?
I believe Derwent's Hobart.
Hobart and
Tamar's
Tamar's Launceston, yeah. So we've got crew number 57 coming into view now, Pete.
57.
Yeah, so you've got to go back in the program unless it's been scheduled. No, see what they've done. They've scheduled it later here in the program.
Oh, yeah.
So crew 57 is Yarra, which is in the mixed masters. This is the mixed masters. Sorry, male masters D category. Male masters D. Crew 57 from Yarra.
And stroked by?
Jack Chatsiakumis. Well, Jack's an interesting story because Jack's father came out here to row for Greece at the 1956 Olympics.
Did he really?
And stayed. And and Jack went on to row it. And here he is, stroking the 8 at Yarra. His father was a Greek Olympian, 1956 at Lake Wendouree.
It's interesting you mentioned the 56 Olympics because this year is the 67th anniversary of the 56 Olympics.
Yeah.
Right now we would be in day 4 of the athletics.
All right.
The opening ceremony was on the 22nd of November. The closing ceremony was on December the 8th. And we had many great highlights.
Well, that opening ceremony, my father had it on a long-playing record, and it was opened by Prince Philip.
That's right. Crew 146. Crew number 146 is Male Masters D. It's a composite crew from Western Australia, Swan River and ANA. And this crew is stroked by William Pulsford. Male Masters D, which is the 50 to 54 age group. Okay, let's, while they come up towards the landing, let's go down to the landing. Once again, here's John.
Thanks, Peter. I'm here with Holly, the stroke of the ADF crew. Holly, how was that row?
It's pretty hard, pretty tough. It's a long way, but glad we finished it and made it to the end, so that's good.
And how many services have we got represented in the ADF?
Have Air Force, Army and Navy.
And which service are you?
Navy, the better of the three. And the Marine Corps. And the Marine Corps. US Marine Corps is here too. So, yeah.
And how much training have you been doing for the Head of the Yarra?
We've been training for the last 3 or so months with different crews. We've got another ADF crew coming down that haven't trained at all. So.
And where's your training base?
Canberra.
So on the lake there, Lake Burley Griffin?
Griffin, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations and thanks for joining the Head of the Yarra.
No worries. Thank you very much for having us.
And back to the commentary team now.
Thank you, John. Crew number 143. Just about to complete their commitments here on the Head of the Yarra.
Just had a...
this is Horsham City, by the way.
Yeah, Horsham up on the Wimmera River, Pete.
Oh, a great part of the world.
Love it.
And A great weekend at
Used to be
the
part of the
Regatta.
Regatta weekend.
Oh, I love that.
Yep.
Love that.
Now, I've just had a request that people that are passing through under the bridge, the foot traffic, can you stay on the park side and leave the other side of the pylons for the boats coming through? So if you foot traffic and you want to go under the bridge, can you stay on the park side, not the river side? So on the river side, let the boats come through. Thanks very much. Now, we've got a para crew coming down soon, and I've just got a little note here from Stewart John, the opposite of my name, by the way, Pete.
Really?
Yeah. And he says, Stewart John says that in their para crew, they've got Rebecca and Christian from Bundaberg, combined rowing with university, with both achieving strong results in 2023. Another one of their rowers, Kai, was an Australian champion BMX rider who suffered life-threatening injuries after a race crash in 2020. Since then, he has taken up rowing with a new goal of making the Paralympics. Rebecca Jones was recently awarded ANU Sports Outstanding Athlete with a Disability Award and was a member of the Para Matildas squad in 2023. So para rowing is becoming bigger and bigger, Pete, with people with disabilities, and it's great to see.
Well, they have it in the World Championships. I was watching them this year, and the para rowers, you've just got to hand it to them, all upper body, and how they do it over 2,000 metres. Wow, that was something else. So they'll be coming up. They'll be coming up shortly. Just looking at the weather, not too bad at the moment.
Fantastic,
Still,
Pete.
high cloud. Crew number 148 coming down the river next. Let's go over the page because that's where we'll find composite crew from Caulfield Grammarians, it would be, in the Male Masters D section again.
Yep, straight. Okay. Okay, Caulfield Grammarians, stroked by Chester Leonard. And they're
quite getting their timing right at the catch there.
They're a composite with, looks like, the Argonauts and Richmond and Melbourne. So a bit of a mixture there in that crew, crew 148.
Have you heard of the fruit fly?
I have, Pete.
He's called Don Gibb. He's the biggest pest in the state. Don rode earlier in the Masters events. He's looking pretty good, actually.
Yeah, he's
guy who used to have long lunches, I've got to say.
He's looking in pretty good nick, the old Don. Or the young Don, or whatever he wants to be called.
He likes to be called Harry. Don't ask me how he got the name.
Just while we're waiting for some more crews to come down, just got a couple of more notes to read out here. From Ian Toll from the St George Rowing Club in Sydney. And he says that when we asked him about any notable rowing details of any of your crews, he said that they're very elderly but elegant. And this is in the Male Masters H category, Pete. Very elderly but elegant.
Well, that's how we are, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
Presentations for the hello, Don Gibb. We're on air actually, but don't bother to just interrupt. Come around here. We'll do the interview with you.
We want to get you on camera, Don.
No, he's probably best not on camera.
I don't think I'll ever get up again.
Well, I think that's on. It's on now. How was the row?
Well, it was brilliant in that we finished third. We were the one of the two oldest crews. We were K, average age 83, and we had two guys in the boat, 86, including me. So
you had to pull them along, did you?
I'm still here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll be walking much for a few days.
I've just been told that the two para crews are coming down the straight. Now, stay here. I want to know how you survived it this long. After all those
Okay,
long
we've got the
lunches,
two
you
para
worked it
crews
through
coming
okay.
down now. All right, as we mentioned, some of the I mentioned some of the characters involved in the para rowing, and it's great to see that rowing can accommodate a range of people with a range of disabilities, and it's absolutely fantastic to see them out rowing. And we've got the two crews coming down now. First of all, we've got 239.
239. We're talking para rowing. Thanks to Don Gibb for dropping by. One of the characters in Masters Rowing.
So 239 is the ANU composite. Or I'm assuming ANU from Canberra.
Australian National
Yep.
University. Crew number 239. ANU composite.
Oh, okay, yep. All right, so let's give them a big hand. This is the first para crew coming down. ANU composite, crew number 239. We're going to give them a big head of the Yarra welcome to the finish line. And the next para crew coming down is 240, and that's the Community Shell Harbour crew. Rowing in the Honourable Greg James, AMKC. Let's give them a big welcome as well.
Fantastic effort by both crews. It's only the second time that para rowing's been involved in the head of the Yarra. And great to see. Would have been more, of course, because we missed out on 3 years, 20, 21, 22, because of flooding, construction and COVID. So the second time that we've had para rowing, and great to see them back.
Fantastic. Now, I've just had another reminder from our volunteers. Yeah, just before we throw to the presentations, we just got another reminder from the volunteers on the landing. Can you please get your oars after you store your boat? Can you come down and get your oars? We've got a lot of problems with oars being backing up here.
Shot there of the many volunteers who helped make the head of the Yarra the success today that it really is. We've got the Orange Army. Saying the head of the Yarra wouldn't happen if we didn't have volunteers, and they've come from all walks of life, rowing clubs here, there and everywhere. And in fact, I'll give my brother a plug. He came all the way from Albury with one of his mates. They have the Albury Wodonga Rowing Club up there on a little lake which is going from strength to strength, and he works as a surgeon in Albury, and his mate John is a beef cattle farmer. So there you go, diverse range of occupations, all combined into one strong volunteer force that helps make the head of the Yarra the success that it is. It goes like a well-oiled machine. And doesn't that new landing look absolutely sensational?
Yeah, it does. Now, just another tidbit of information that we got from some of the crews from New South Wales. From Drummoyne Club, who are fantastic supporters of the head of the Yarra. From Andrew Patterson, who's talking about the mixed male and female 8 in the F category. We asked him, anything else you think may be interesting for the commentary team to share? And he said they just want to have a clean, incident-free row. Now, I'm assuming that
That'd
they've
be
already...
a plus in the head of the Yarra, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of oar clashing and potentially a lot of damage. So hopefully that was the case for their row, because I think they've already gone through. Okay. All right, another note here from Jenny Pollock from North Shore Rowing Club up there on Lane Cove River in New South Wales, in Sydney. We asked Jenny for the crew history, and she said that they rowed a couple of Head of the Yarras, and they've been rowing them for several years. And they were category winners in 2017, and they were second in 2019. And the North Shore, there's been quite a few. We've seen them go past already, and they've got 7 crews entered in the Masters category. So great to see them, and great to hear from Jenny.
Well, speaking of categories, the ones we're looking forward to are the big ones, the Open Eights for men, Sydney, the defending champions, and well, what's going to happen in the women? Because last time in 2019, we had 3 crews within about 20 seconds of each other fighting it out. So that was really very, very close. Sydney, convincing winners in the men's Open Eights. They're defending their title holder, their title. So speaking of titles, some more have got to be presented. Let's go down to our presentation area, and we find Mark Oliver there again.
Thanks, commentary team. And it's great to be here again and the chance to award the medal winners. It's a tough race. Can those medal winners please come forward? So we've got Xavier College, we've got University of Queensland, we've got Arana Daramalan, we've got the MLC School. Please come forward. We've also got North Esk, Melbourne University, Ballarat City Composite, the CRC Composite, Melbourne, St George, North Esk Composite, race 13. And we've got Phoenix, Mercantile Banks, Melbourne Uni Wendori Composite, Melbourne, Leichhardt and Sydney. Please all come to the area, supporters come to the area to congratulate them, and we will start the presenting right now. So first of all, it is the Division 1 Xavier crew who did a fantastic row. Would you like to come forward, please, and accept your medals? It was a tight race, this one. They were 15 seconds faster than Gregory Terrace over at 8K course. And please come forward and present the medals. And if we can have University of Queensland, please come forward. Can you make yourself shown, University of Queensland? Okay, we're just in front of Xavier College boat sheds, in case you don't know. And can we have the next crew? So, University of Queensland. Brilliant, thank you.
They're coming up next. We need these ones, Melbourne University.
And that's race 5, yep. Okay. Have we got Orana Daramalan? Come forward. Okay, so this is race 5. Race 5. Come forward, ladies. Come forward. Okay, a very tight race, beating the MLC by 4 seconds. This is race 5. We're going to... Okay, well done, ladies. Yeah, race 5. And can I ask MLC School to come forward?
We have the Mixed Masters F, the crew there from Phoenix.
Okay, just here.
Just here.
Which race? Yes, they haven't. great. Go great. You'll go next. You'll go next. Okay, can you... I'll call him. Matt, just keep me honest. If I miss any, just keep going, okay? Well done, Irana Durham-Marlin, great race. And can the University of Queensland please come forward? Yes, just here, all here. University of Queensland. Okay, MLC, if you'd like to come forward. MLC, come forward. Okay, thank you, ladies. Well done. MLC, race. Six. It's female school 8, year 10, Division 3, Open Division 3. Okay, well done, ladies. How was the race?
Good. It's pretty good, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Race 4, North S. That's these guys over here.
Okay, but it's a different rating for here.
No, race 4, event 4.
women here from doing
I'll call them North S. Okay. Okay, well done, ladies. Excellent race. Next, we're going to have the Male Masters H8. North S TUBC, if you'd like to come forward. North S TUBC, please come forward. Well done, gentlemen. How are you feeling?
Tired.
Okay, please go ahead. Yep. I've got a different number. I don't care. I want to get University of Queensland. Female School 8, Open Division 1.
It's female school 8. 2 entries.
Can I have that?
Well, I need
leave that with me.
University of Queensland.
And we will get the cruise for you, okay?
Okay.
You just talk.
Okay.
Ask for University of Queensland to come up.
Okay. Okay, can the University of Queensland please come up? University of Queensland, can you just make yourself known? Okay, well done, guys. Call in. It's now over to them. They're going to organise it. Pat's organising it. Okay, Mixed Masters E. Please come forward. And that is St George. St George, if you'd like to come forward. Come on, don't be shy. Okay, well, that's all right. We'll just have to work with that. Okay, so... Okay.
Mixed Masters F8.
Okay. Well done, guys. How did you find it?
Great, as usual.
One again, eh?
The first kilometre was awesome.
It's a shame there are another 7, isn't it? Thanks. You're looking suitably tired, guys. Who's next? Okay, well, the next crew will be Phoenix, please. the Mixed Masters F8. There's one short. Oh, we've got him. Okay. Well done, guys. You're great. We'll call you in a sec. Okay, thank you very much. Phoenix, come forward. And it is the... Yeah, Mixed Masters F8. Mixed Masters F8. Please clear the area. Sorry about that, guys. Just okay. Well done. Okay. F8. Okay. Okay. Can we have Melbourne Uni, please? Wendouree Composite and Male Masters G8. Okay, well done. How was it?
Really good, really good. Yeah, really good. Even though we had a substitute.
Okay, so you're going to be back next year. Okay, well done, guys. Thank you very much. Male Masters G. Okay, thank you. Male Masters G, if you'd like to come forward, that is the Melbourne Uni and Wendouree Composite. Please come forward. Come. My accent. I'm from England. Come forward, guys. And I'm being corrected on my pronunciation here. Wendouree, of course it is. Yeah, okay, come forward, please, guys. In order. They're very, very particular, this crew. Not only on my wording, but also in the order in which they stand. Very good. Okay, we'll have the Female Masters G to K8, DMCRC Composite next, please. How was it, guys?
Easy on the last stroke.
Jeff took us off at 32 for the first 4 or 5 Ks, so I was happy to get the finish.
That sounds hard. Well done, guys. Well done. Okay, and the next quick photo. Sorry to hurry you along. Thank you very much, guys. And next one.
Women's G8.
Okay, Women's G8.
Derwent Mercantile.
Okay. Okay, Derwent Mercantile. Well done, ladies. You're looking suitably refreshed. And how did you find it?
Cruisy, fantastic. Thrilling. Easy.
Easy. So you're definitely coming back next year. Yeah, please go. Please go. You're actually looking quite fresh. Like, that's right. But you're young. Just imagine, when you get older, it'll be harder.
Men's Masters F8.
Can the Male Masters F8 Mercantile Banks come forward, please? Ready to come forward. That's great. Just hold it there. Someone want to take it? They're here. Okay, thank you very much, ladies. Okay, next, Mercantile. Thank you. Mercantile Banks, come forward. Composite crew. Come through. Johnny. No, yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. Well, how was it, guys?
It was good. Yeah, good fun. The river was there.
It always is. Okay, well done. Hey. Okay, well, there's a blast from the past. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was good rhythm right off the get-go. Yeah.
And the reason that you won. Well done, guys. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. And Melbourne University, I8. Come forward, please. Okay. You look like... I'm surprised you won because you haven't got a full crew. Yes, obviously. How was it? How was it?
A lot of fun. Yeah, it was a lot, yeah.
It almost sounded convincing, but a lot of fun. Okay. And you're missing... We'll give you an extra... Okay. Yep, ready to go.
That's the next one, Leichhardt.
Okay, Male Masters A to C8, Leichhardt, please be ready.
Leichhardt.
Okay, we're starting again. We decided to give them the male medals rather than the female medals. The female medals are clearly lighter or something like that. Leichhardt. So how did you find it?
Very pleased to be finished. Thank you.
It was hard work, but enjoyable.
Good, good. Certainly seems hard work.
And fantastic work by Hawthorn organising this, as usual.
Thank you, and we'll pay you later. You'll get the free entry next year. Next. Like. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. And Male Masters A to C, Leichhardt. Am I pronouncing that correctly now? Yeah, thank you. Okay. There were 108 competitors from Leichhardt, apparently, so one crew had to win. How was it? How did you find it?
It was very long, very hard.
I'm looking forward to a beer.
It is a long course, isn't it? Lots of turns, but a long course. I'm guessing you were the cocks?
Good guess, yeah.
And what was the secret to coxing the winning crew?
Rate 32, never drop below 142.
Oh, that's good. 142 the whole way. Next.
Male Masters E8.
And who are they?
Sorry, Male Masters F8. E8.
E8. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Next is Male Masters E8, Melbourne. Please come forward. 5 in a row. 5 Yarra win. Okay, well, that's very impressive, gentlemen. Okay, so I've just been told this crew has won 5 of the Head of the Yarras in a row. So obviously a crew to beat. And you'll be collecting a lot of medals. Yes, please. Now, the most important person was the cocks, of course.
Yep.
What was the secret to coxing this winning crew?
Cutting the corners.
All right. Oh, you might win the cocks of the course cup then. Pat? How did you find it?
It was a very good race. Yeah, it was good.
Have you been in all 5?
The last 3.
Well done, well done.
Okay, everyone, look this way, smile.
No.
Today, on Head of the Yarra TV, we're visiting Sykes Racing's factory in Geelong to see where great Australian 8s are born and to find out more about what makes them go fast. The brand new production of a lightweight elite 8 here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this, Mark?
So this hull is probably our best performing hull. It's generally used by the schoolgirl level in lightweight 8s. It's won 2 of the last 3 national championships at schoolgirl level. It's a very stable, very fast hull, which is a lot of customers like it a lot. What you're looking at here is our first iteration of our elite construction layup, which is different to what we've done for many, many years, in that it's got what we call the flat toe material. People know this material as Textream, but this is flat toe, which is lighter and stiffer carbon. So the construction of the boat no longer has any of the Kevlars in it. It's a stiffer and more carbon boat in construction. You see some of this from the international imports, and the reason it's done there is that you can actually add more carbon in to make the boat stiffer. So this is the first iteration that we've made of our elite construction for the 8s market, and it's going to a customer in West Australia. This is the new Sykes look in the interface between the deck and the hull and the mid-deck. It's a far more stiffer construction in here, a lot more rigidity with the carbon and the cores that are sitting here. And what we can also do is the way we've moved this deck interface forward, it enables you to have the bow-mounted carbon riggers, which we've been very successful in the smaller boats on, as well as the stern-mounted aluminium and carbon riggers. So this boat is generally, you can do anything on this boat. You can rig it with whatever riggers you want, with whatever stretchers you want, with whatever seats you want, and they're all interchangeable. And again, the difference that we like to think we've made here is you only need 8 riggers to rig an 8 in any setup you want. If you go and buy one of the competitive products out of Europe, you're looking at 12 riggers to get you all the different setups.
So we can actually see what the fittings are like inside. So these are the Croker fittings?
These are, yeah, and these are all made in New South Wales, so we're very proud of these boats. Everything Australian manufactured, made in Australia, Australian businesses. These are the power boards, very simple, very universal, coach's dream. Essentially you can plug it in, everything is in one piece. They're very simply molded together, and kind of less room for movement is better for big boats.
The width is actually quite a useful one. Guys with big thighs actually quite often complain about the span that they have for the shoes, which is fabulous.
So this is 170. Traditionally it was always 150. So we've managed on the bigger boats to go to 170 wide, and then you've got an extra 5 on each of the shoes that you can go even further out, because there's a feature in those shoes. So we think it's a little point of difference, and again it's about the biomechanical setup of the boat and making it's everything's interchangeable, everything's easy to set up with a common tool, and it's comfortable, and we know that it's rigged. The seat to water, the seat to oarlock, and your feet heights are all almost perfect, we think, biomechanically. So.
Now tell me a little bit about the construction.
This boat is a traditional Sykes construction layup, which is basically a painted outer finish, carbon fibre, aerospace honeycomb material for your cores, and Kevlar on the inside, with a lot of carbon reinforcing. So to get stiffness in a boat, you reinforce it in the keel and in the shoulders. And you can see on the shoulders here, there's quite a bit of extra material that's been added to give you the stiffness. So all the reinforcing is high modulus carbon, which is sourced out of Japan. The Kevlar is sourced out of Japan and woven in Europe. And then, yeah, so that's the whole construction. And then you come down to things like the deck. Again, that's pretty simple carbon. Okay, same high modulus carbon with a PET, so a more recyclable foam deck material that we have in here, and carbon on the underside. and the bulkheads are all carbon in our boats. So that enhances the stiffness of the boat. So yeah, generally the older style has got a Kevlar on the inside, so that when people drop things in the boat, you don't fracture the hull. But the elite level of the boat, which has got the checker plate carbon on, that gives you more stiffness, but obviously it's a little bit more brittle.
How many different styles?
We have three weight categories in our 8s. We have the 857, which is the lightweight. We have the 858, which is a midweight, and then we have the 859, which is a light heavyweight.
Okay, now let's talk about oars and connection to the water.
We represent Concept in Australia. Concept 2 is the oar of choice globally. At any major international competition, you'll see a significant majority of all athletes using Concept 2 oars, and we believe they're better. Here we have a set of sweep oars. It's a skinny shaft with a Smoothie 2 and a Vortex blade, and then just basically your standard suede grips on it. On this side, we've got a set of scull oars. These are scull oars which demonstrate a couple of things. It demonstrates the new blade which we have, which is the comp blade. So about 18 months ago, Concept 2 relaunched the comp blade, which has proved hugely successful in sculling and is starting to get some headway in sweep. It's a shorter, fatter blade, effectively, for want of a word, and with that comes the need to change some of the gearing on your shaft, as well as change the stiffness of your shaft because of the connectivity that you have with the water, especially at the catch. So just interesting, you have a look at the buttons, and you have the new what we call clams sitting on there, which allow you to adjust your oar whether you're in a 4 or a pair, just to give you your gearing, get your gearing right.
Okay, now tell us about your involvement on Head of the Yarra Day. And first of all, it's probably worthwhile noting that people who want to actually pick up equipment from you can use the opportunity.
Time stroke rate information, positional information, and overlaid onto the video feed that's coming through to spectators.
So it'll actually be a really enhanced, people will really be able to get involved in seeing the race, and I'm sure that everybody will be enormously interested to see how the elite crews fare in this sort of thing as well, actually, because the nice thing I think about the Head of the Yarra is that everybody gets to check themselves against the best in the country, don't they? Yeah. Well, that's absolutely fantastic. We're looking forward to seeing how this pans out.
And welcome back live, and we come to the first cruise after a luncheon break here on the 62nd running of the Head of the Yarra, and it's crew number 159, the Dragons crew. They train on the Brisbane River, of course. They had their first full row as of Head of the Yarra 8 on the 31st of October, actually, and the rowers aged from 35 to 65. Dragons Rowing Club, it's a masters club based at the St Margaret's Girls' School rowing shed on the Breakfast Creek. For those of you that know Brisbane, the Breakfast Creek pub is certainly a landmark in itself. Dragons Rowing Club consists of 45 members aged 19 to 82.
Fantastic. We've got a crew coming down from Powerhouse, which is crew number 157, but it looks like there's some sort of issue with the person in the 3 seat, so we're hoping we've got some medical people on standby to check that one out.
Yeah, looks like maybe a problem with the seat, I'd suggest. I can relate to that.
But the crew member is actually lying down absolutely prone, so...
Well, we won't assume anything. It's never ideal to assume, but as long as everything is okay health-wise...
Yeah, well, they got the medical team down there ready to go, so I hope everything's okay.
Well, the first cruise after lunch, competing in the Mixed Masters D, we have Yarra, Powerhouse, Glenorchy, Dragons just went past, and University of Queensland Composite. The defending champions in this category are St George and St George Composite with Glebe, and in 2019 they rode the course in 33 minutes and 40 seconds as crew number 160 comes into our view.
Yep, University of Queensland Composite, stroked by Todd Clements, crew number 160. Rowing pretty neatly at this stage, Pete.
After 7.5k, yes.
And they're not sort of surrounded by other craft that are going to interfere, so they've got a nice stretch of water to stretch themselves out in.
Well, they're just going along at a comfortable rate, which is what you've got to do in Masters competition. I was talking to Rod Hutchinson and Ted Edgerton a little while back, and they said the rating was a little bit more than they would have expected over the 8K course. And their opposition, the crew that Don Christie was in, they were rating about 24, JB. So I think that's much more sensible, don't you?
Well, that's gentleman's rating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting setup because you've got all the boys from one club up one end of the boat and all the girls from another club down the other end of the boat, and that's the...
Never the twain shall meet.
Exactly. 160, that's University of Queensland Composite, so they've got very strict demarcation lines there in their boat.
Building up, of course, towards the Open Eights for men and women. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Sydney, the defending champions in the male category. Can they go back to back?
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that, Peter and I, because, you know, at the end of the program, they leave the best to last, don't they, Pete?
Oh, yeah. And ideal conditions for rowing today. The rain hasn't materialised yet. Touch wood. Crew number 167 coming into our view from the camera on board Hawthorn Bridge. Crew number 167 is the University of Queensland.
So this is Females Masters D category.
Which is 50 to 54 average age group.
That is correct, and it's stroked by Margot Drayden. And they're rowing pretty well. There's a pretty uniform sort of style through the boat, which is great to see. Very neat blade work, nice clean send finishes around the back turn, and they're just finishing off at the finish line now.
At very comfortable 31. It always looks comfortable if the boat's running nicely, and that it is as they complete their 8K and go underneath the Hawthorn Bridge. Crew number 158 we turn our attention to now, looking back down the river. And it's from Glenorchy in Tasmania. Stroked by Deanne Lamb in the mixed Masters D.
Glenorchy there on the Derwent River. Of course, there's a football club down there that Peter Hudson spent a bit of time kicking a few goals for.
He could play a bit, actually, couldn't he?
Couldn't he? I think he kicked 180 one season for Glenorchy after he finished his VFL career. So this is Glenorchy in the spirit of, I think it's Friendship is the name of the boat. And that's crew number 158.
In the mixed Masters D,
yeah,
our first
Masters
category
D.
after the luncheon break.
And that crew is stroked by Deanne Lamb.
Next category to come past us is the female Masters D. At North Shore, Yarra, Sydney Drummoyne Composite, A&A, Uni Queensland 1. Corio Bay, or as I heard some newsreader up north a couple of weeks back, call it Corio
Bay.
Where do you get them from?
Yeah.
Commercial Dragons, Fremantle. We spoke to one of the Fremantle crews earlier. Riverway, Leichhardt, Drummoyne, North Shore, Uni Queensland 2 and Leichhardt. So a very big representation in female Masters D.
This is a big category, Peter. This is the female Masters D. And it just shows you the power and the extent of how female rowing, and particularly Masters rowing, has just exploded in Australia.
Absolutely spot on, JB. And going back a few years now, many rowing clubs would have gone under had it not been for the admission of the fairer sex to this sport.
Well, it reminds me of how silly that decision was. I went to that annual meeting of Richmond in 1976 when they voted to keep women out. Would have been nearly the death of that club, I would have thought.
Well, it would have been the death of a lot of clubs if women hadn't been admitted, and look at it now. Women's rowing going from strength to strength. Women's rowing at the elite level is something special.
But it's also what the women do outside of the boat around the club too, Pete.
Crew number 172 about to make their presence felt in front of us.
Another Leichhardt crew, Pete.
Leichhardt, the biggest representation of any club here on the Yarra this year, 12 crews. Our President Rob paid tribute to them in his opening remarks prior to the telecast today, and absolutely spot on. Great to see them back here on the Yarra and in full representation. Big club in Sydney, Leichhardt. If you went up there and asked for a row, they'd probably fit you in somehow, I reckon.
Yep, they're up there on the harbour. Leichhardt, I think they're on Blackwattle Bay with a few of the others. And this crew is stroked by India Evans. Leichhardt love coming down to the head of the Yarra, and we love having them here.
About 100 metres to go now in their 8K course. Just on 31 strokes a minute. This crew from Leichhardt. Bow number seems to have fallen off.
Yeah, bow number's come off.
I hope the GPS tracker's still there. I think it is.
Yeah, no, the GPS tracker looks safe, Pete.
Might have had an incident. Who knows? Anything could happen at the Big Bend.
Yep.
We've heard some interesting stories today from Cox's about the Big Bend, and nothing too dramatic, but you've certainly got to be on your mettle.
So this is 166 ANA.
Collingwood supporters, probably.
I think they're all the way from Western Australia, Perth. Perth.
30 and a half strokes a minute. Looks a lot less, actually, but that's what the clock tells me.
Right, now they're coming thick and fast, Pete, because the next crew we've got is 168, which is the Corio Bay D ladies. And they're closely followed by 165, who are the Sydney Drummoyne composite. Well, they got one Drummoyne lady in the crew. This is going to be a real close go for the line. Both crews are basically racing each other down the Hawthorn Straight.
Well, the Sydney Drummoyne crew, it's the second time in the race for most of the crew. Jen Edge in 7, rode in the New South Wales State crew for a number of seasons. Karen Tucato in 5, won a rowing scholarship to USYD, and Janine Donovan in 4 as a New South Wales Masters sculling champion. So
there you go. There's a bit of rowing,
a bit of experience there, isn't there?
Yeah, bit of class. There's 175 going through now, and that's University of Queensland 2. This is in this very large category, Female Masters D. D being average 50, I believe.
50 to 54.
50 to 54, yep.
Speaking of 4, crew 174 coming past our commentary position. North Shore from New South Wales, of course. Comfortable rating, as you need over the 8K course. Just on 31 strokes a minute for the North Shore combination in this big event.
This is Riverway, Pete, Riverway crew in the Female Masters D division in the green and the blue Zooties.
Struck by Michelle Brook. Gee, we've got a Spanish Armada coming down now. We're going to have to do a bit of work here, JB.
Yeah, I think we've got our work cut out for us here, Pete. There's crews all over the river, all side by side sometimes.
This is Fremantle leading the charge, coming
so
past our
more Western
position.
Australians. We've got some Western Australian supporters up behind us too, Pete.
No kidding.
It's like being at the, I was going to say the Wacker, but the new stadium they've got there.
Optus Stadium, 161 is River City Women's from Brisbane. Big Queensland representation here today as well. Closely followed by 156, which is Yarra.
And then another Yarra crew behind
Yarra just behind, about a boat length behind them. And then crew 173, which is Drummoyne. And then we have commercial, crew number 169.
What a sight, all these
Commercial
eights
Dragons,
coming down.
actually.
What a sight, all these eights coming down the Hawthorn Straight. Absolutely fabulous. From all over Australia.
Commercial just about to row under the bridge. Very leisurely, 25 and a half.
Big crowd of people up on the bridge watching the proceedings, watching the crews come down.
163.
Another North Shore crew.
Shore combination once more, JB.
Yeah, another North Shore crew. A few of them have been here today.
Leichhardt, another Leichhardt crew. Gee, I've said that a few times today, haven't I?
Well, they sent down...
Number 76.
They sent down 8 8s.
12, I think.
Oh, 12. Yeah, there you go.
Head of the Yarra, of course, would like to thank all our sponsors. Burnley Brewing, give them another rap. War Inspired, the Big Screen Company. I hope you're enjoying the coverage on the big screen in the park. The Victorian Government, Sykes Racing, Rival Kid, Prime Value, Winning Edge, Bendigo Bank and Baker's Delight.
Or wherever you are in Australia, apparently it's going Australia-wide, Pete.
Which is great.
So they might be watching us in Birdsville, do you think?
They'd be in the pub. I was asked to go to the Birdsville races one year, and now our major presentations this afternoon are going to be around about the 2:30, I think, ish. So if you're in line for a gong, just bear that in mind. They will be in the park, by the way, not in front of the Xavier shed. They will be in the park as we build up towards our big races of the day, the male Open 8 and the female Open 8. It's going to be quite something. The defending champion Sydney Rowing Club in the men's and in the women's, well, it's going to be a bit of a raffle because the last time they had this race, the head of the Yarra 2019, you couldn't split the first three crews, about 20 seconds did. All right. Let's go down to the landing now, and here's John with, who's he got with us this time?
Hi, Nikki. I've got Nikki from the bow seat of Glenorchy Rowing Club. How was the row?
It was pretty good, actually. This is our first time doing it, so we didn't know really what to expect, but it was really, yeah, we made it around the big bend and happy about that.
And what was the race plan today?
Just keep a steady rating and use our probably more strength than speed.
Fantastic. Where do you train back at home? What's the water?
At Glenorchy Rowing Club. Yeah.
Have you had to do the 8 kilometres last few times in training to prepare?
We did a bridge-to-bridge race down in Hobart just recently, from the Bowen Bridge to the Tasman Bridge. So that was a good lead-up. That was only a few weeks ago. So.
Well, fantastic. Well, thanks for supporting the event. Hope to see you back next year.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the commentary team. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Good on you, mate. You're catching up with everybody down there, doing a great job. Crew number 162 coming into our vision now.
Guess where they're from, Pete?
Would it be Leichhardt?
It could be. No, look, the more the merrier. We love having Leichhardt here as much as they love coming down. So there's another Leichhardt crew. This is 162, and this is the female Masters D.
Rating 31 strokes a minute with about 4 or 5 to complete the course, going underneath the Hawthorn Bridge.
We've got the girls in the Glenorchy crew just congratulating each other on having completed their first ever head of the Yarra. Good to see you here, girls, and congratulations for finishing the race. The Spirit of Friendship, it's the name of their boat. Now, I think we've got a little bit of a gap, hopefully. I'm just going to read out another one of our contributions from one of our crews. This is from the Manning River Lake Macquarie Composite from up there in Newcastle Way, up in New South Wales, I think. Peter, you're probably better at geography than I am, probably because you've seen more of the country than I have. Now, the Lake Macquarie Manning River, where do you reckon they train?
Manning River.
Well, it's Manning River and Lake Macquarie, as you would expect.
So I rode on Manning River, and I won a double there one year with a good mate of mine from Commercial Rowing Club, so I know it quite well. Lovely course.
Okay, that's why I refer to you in geographical terms. Now, we've had a comment from Kirsten Berry about the club, and she says that in terms of their crew members, Jeremy Smith and Trudy McDonald are 2-time New South Wales Masters State Team members in 2022 and 2023.
And as you say that, we cut to crew number 177.
Yeah, they're just coming into view now from the commentary position.
Yeah, they look good, JB, too,
yeah,
don't
they do. This is the female D category, so very competitive classification.
Running 33 and a half.
So ages 50 to 54.
Rio Bay, Banks in there as well.
So ANU composite with a couple of Victorians thrown in there.
Breeze just starting to pick up here.
Yes, it is a bit. I'm just hoping that
It's going everywhere.
I'm hoping no big storms hold off.
Well, you said they would.
Well, I did promise it. Yes, I know.
I'll stick to your word. Don't go back on it. Just looking through the crews for the female Open 8 while we've got a little bit of lull in crews coming past. Adelaide 1, Adelaide University, Canterbury. Griffith University and Surfers Paradise has a line drawn through it, so presumably they're a scratching. 2 crews from MUBC. Mercantile are there, of course, and Sydney, the defending champions. Sorry, that's the women's I'm talking about. Sydney, not the defending champions. They are in the male Open 8. Adelaide Uni's got a line drawn through it. Likewise, Banks, Barbarians from New Zealand, Canterbury, Canned, 2 from MUBC, 2 from Mercantile, 1 composite from North Esk, and 1 from Sydney, the defending title holders, and 2 from UTS.
So that'll be a fantastic event coming up. Stick around for that if you're not doing anything special in an hour or so time. Just getting back to Kirsten Berry from Manning River Lake Macquarie. When we asked her any notable personal, professional, community or sporting details on members of your crew, she mentioned that Emma Davey in the crew is a doctor with Westpac Rescue Helicopters and loves nothing more than to jump out of helicopters at night.
Well, 2 things I wouldn't do in life, and one's jump out of a perfectly good aeroplane or go bungee jumping. They're not on my bucket list, JB. I mean, I get vertigo when I put on a thick pair of socks.
So this is in the mixed Masters A to C who have already gone through. Nick Johnson in that crew also competes in camp draft and rodeo events. Camp draft, do you know what that is, Peter? I'm not familiar with it. But camp draft and rodeo events, and then she says, hence his love of rough water rowing. There you go. And she also says that there's 2 New Zealand expats in the boat, plus a coach. Please don't hold that against us.
There's plenty of New Zealand expats around.
There you go. Just another reminder to crews, we're constantly being asked up here to remind you to, once you've stowed your boat, can you come down straight away afterwards and collect your oars? Because they're starting to build up here again, down on top of the landing, on the stone wall. As soon as you stowed your boat, please come and get your oars and put them somewhere as well. Thank you. Out of the way. So another little note here from Peter Jeffrey. I think I know Peter. I've rowed against him a couple of times anyway. Peter Jeffrey from Corio Bay, and he is talking about the male Masters, their D8. He says that in their male Masters D8 from Corio Bay, there are 2 expat Western Australian King's Cup rowers. They're David Kelly and Peter Aberle. And he also mentioned, and this is a very famous name in rowing in Victoria, Rob England, who is the cox, who's been coxing here for, well, a long time because he's 80 years old. And he steered too many Head of the Yarra crews to count, along with numerous state and open. He's won multi-Penrith Cups.
Well, he might be in line for a Cox Award. He's the best course today, JB.
He may well be, and he's won many state masters crews. So Rob England, I've got a feeling he's one of twins, but I'd have to get confirmation on that. But yeah, 80 years old, he's still coxing and still loves his sport. Tied up with, he was involved with Melbourne Uni for a long time, and now he's down there at Corio Bay.
Now we're back to the city and the start line. Crew number 178 is from the Melbourne Rowing Club and the familiar two-tone blue Zooties. coming up the Hawthorn Straight. They've got about 150 metres to go now, and with a rating right on 29.5, which looks fairly comfortable.
That's not a Masters event, Peter, is it? That's a female 8.
Just had a bit of an accident with the water bottle here, Jake. Sorry about that, mate.
That's all right. No damage done.
Crew number 180, the University of New South Wales in female C, which is not a Masters event, no. In this particular category, we've got Corio Bay, University of New South Wales, whom we've just seen and are watching at the moment. Crew 180, Glebe are there, Drummoyne, Richmond, another Glebe crew, ANU, Leichhardt 1, Adelaide Uni, and Leichhardt 2 to round out the field in the female C category here today, which will be followed by male C and then female B as we work our way up towards the open section in both men's and women's 8s.
So these are all open age group, not Masters rowing. So this is C classification. So we have A, B, C and D. And so this is female classification C8, and crew number 180 is the University of New South Wales, and they're just completing their rowing commitments here today.
At a nice 33 strokes a minute.
Yeah, rowing very, very strong and very neatly. Just going under the bridge now. And the next crew coming down looks like Glebe, and I'll have a look, and it is Glebe. Number
Crew 181 it is, which is Glebe in the female C category.
Getting very long strokes through the water. So I'd say coached very well, this crew.
Nice run in the boat.
Yep. Nice, good, strong finishes.
Rating at 29.5 strokes a minute. So very clean. Nice run in the boat.
Yep, good, strong. Looks like they've had a good, strong row, Glebe, and looks like the next one could be Richmond. Richmond from here on in the city on the Yarra, crew 183. Richmond Club. They're one of the big up and coming clubs here in Melbourne. They've got a very, very strong development program happening down there, both with men and their women, and I think they're headed for lots of success on the water. Hope to see them up at Rutherglen this year.
33 strokes a minute for Richmond. Just about to go under the bridge, closely followed by crew number 182, which is Drummoyne. Hugs all round on the landing.
Yeah, girls enjoying their, having completed a very arduous 8.6 kilometres, they're all giving themselves a bit of a congratulatory hug, and that's great to see.
They reckon it's 8. I still reckon it feels like 8.6.
Well, I've heard variations of 8.4, 8.6 and 8, so maybe somewhere in between.
Now looking back down towards the railway bridge, which is the second last bridge that you have to navigate, or you don't have to do much navigating going under the railway bridge. If you ran into trouble there, the Cox would be sacked. The one prior to that, the Wallen Road Bridge, is the trickiest on the course.
That's the narrow one.
Passing between the little jetty and the actual bridge itself.
That's the one where all the big branches get stuck after a flood.
Yeah. And very, very narrow. It really tests the Cox's ability out quite some.
Now, talking about coxswains, we've got a bit of coxswains waywardness up here. They're just about to hit the bank, I think, one of the crews that we've got on screen. And it's, is it another Glebe crew? 185. Another Glebe crew.
Glebe 185.
Female C. They've straightened up again now, so they're
176 is Canberra. Canberra's got about 100 metres to go, 188.
In the very appropriately named Lake Burley Griffin, Peter.
188. Adelaide University.
And then their numbers come adrift, as also just about their GPS mechanism on the front of the boat.
Well, Des won't be happy about that.
It might have caught a bit of water. Hope you're not watching, Des.
You'll be having kittens up there. But a great innovation, and it's certainly going to be very interesting to see who is the cox of the course.
And it's going to be great to see some of the data in general that we get back, a feedback from it.
Well, particularly at the Big Bend.
Mm.
When you can take a number of courses, not all of them good.
Well, we've got a couple more crews we can see on our monitor that are straightening up for the run home, just around the top bend to the top of the Hawthorn Straight.
ANU at the forefront there.
And the coxswain and the ANU crew is looking around at his opposition because they're closing in on them.
And 192 is in the male C category. That's the University of New South Wales. So they've made up a bit of ground.
And the ANU Cox is certainly, he's a bit concerned. He's looking behind him and he's urging on his crew members to keep the momentum going. So their opposition, who did we say they were from, Pete? 192.
University of New South Wales.
University of New South Wales don't catch them, which they are doing.
And the Cox is steered to the right to let the uni crew get past, perhaps.
This is where the coxswains are going to... The importance of the coxswains is really highlighted here with the two crews lining up alongside each other just about.
Well, he didn't have to give away too much ground there. He steered a very good course to let the uni crew through. They haven't got through yet.
This is a good finish for between these two crews.
That's not helping procedures.
It's the girls trying to hold off the boys, and the boys have just snuck through on the eastern side, on the western side, I should say.
31.5. Crew number 201 comes into view from Toowong. Toowong in the male C. They've obviously recorded a pretty good time, as you would expect any crew from Toowong. Stroked by James Fallon.
They've sent down a very strong contingent in both Masters and Open, obviously, Peter.
Oh, it's a big club.
Big club, yep.
Now, the only thing rowing on the Brisbane River I didn't like was the City Cats.
Oh yeah. I have been out on the Brisbane River a couple of times, not as an oarsman, but just as a passenger on some of those cruise ferries.
Oh, the wash is a bit like the Titanic. Probably you can finish up in the same way.
So this is crew number 191. This is another crew from Glebe. They've got a pretty...
They've got a few, haven't they?
Very healthy representation here, Pete. And this is in the male C section, Glebe.
And ANU, another crew from ANU, just about 2 boat lengths behind them.
Yeah, so that's crew 191 and 200. So
really pushing it along, the ANU crew.
I'd be guessing that the Glebe boys have made up a bit of time there, judging by their numbers on their boat.
Glebe at 29. As we go back down the river, crew 195. ADF rowing, that's the Australian Defence
Force.
That's the second we've had from the ADF today, JB.
That's right, yes, this is the second one. And I think they, from what I was hearing from one of their representatives in the clubhouse last night, they got together late, but they've been doing a lot of out-of-boat training.
Another Toowong crew passing us in our commentary area. Yep. James Gardner stroking Toowong crew number 193.
Just
a big boat trailer with all their boats.
They got the bucket hats on too, the matching bucket hats, Pete.
Yeah,
except
very nice.
The 3-man.
Well, very sensible too.
Yeah, on a day like today.
Not sunny at the moment, but from past experience, I've finished very red after these events.
So now we've got crew 202 coming past us, and 202 is from Drummoyne, another club up there on the harbour in Sydney.
and Grammarians. It looks like crew 194 behind them, Brisbane Grammarians. Stroked by Philip Bryan.
This is the very strong and competitive male Masters C section.
Yes, 11 crews contesting this particular category.
Nice big finish from both crews. End of the race. Put it all out there on the line.
Previous shot. And easy all, boys.
Now it looks like we've had some sort of equipment problem here with one of the Leichhardt crews.
One we've had today.
This is
something wrong with 7.
Looks like they've lost their number as well. So it looks like they might have had some sort of collision.
I would say that's a very astute assessment, JB, which is very disappointing for everybody.
7 and Stroke are out, and this is crew number
187.
187, so that's one of the Leichhardt crews. It's the Leichhardt female C8, and they've obviously had some sort of mishap.
We go to 196, club mates of theirs from Leichhardt.
Leichhardt. What a surprise, Pete.
Yeah. In the male C section. We might be able to find out a little bit more about what happened there later on. Still building up towards the big finish this afternoon, and looking back down the Hawthorn Straight, we've got a number of crews coming around the bend now, just past the railway bridge and into the final 500 metres to round out their 8K commitment here this afternoon. Big crowd on top of the bridge too, where we have one of our main cameras. And that's the sign that you want to see when you come around under the railway bridge, the finish. How good that is.
Mm.
Now, those 3 crews that we saw passing under the railway bridge are coming into our view at the moment, just in front of the commentary area. Crew 197 is from Corio Bay, stroked by Phil Ryan. Crew number 190 is another Leichhardt crew, surprise, surprise. 199 is ANU. And looking back further down, we've got another Corio Bay crew. It looks like 179. Yeah, 179 Corio Bay.
That's Corio Bay female C8, Pete.
Female C8, right you are. So they're going to be busy boys and girls on the landing, getting these crews off the water.
Yeah, there's lots of them coming in now. So just another reminder, please, can you make sure you get your oars as soon as you stow your boat, because it's going to get very, very busy. And as soon as you come in, hop out of the boat, keep your celebrations to a minimum until you get your boat away, out of the way, so everybody can get in, and then the next person can move up the landing.
We saw crew 192 from the University of New South Wales, and on their contact sheet they had, and I like to read this quote out, "To us, rowing is like synchronised swimming, but with more sweat and less grace. It's a symphony of sinewy strength and aquatic finesse, a chaotic ballet of splashing water and strained faces. We beautiful river rats are here to paddle our way into the annals of glory, at least a decent bar story." They're poets and didn't know it.
There's a bit of poetry and a bit of prose in there as well. So whoever wrote that is obviously, planning to be doing a bit of authoring at some stage, Pete, or hoping to.
So, thanks to all the crews who've provided information for us on crew members. It makes good reading. That's one of the day.
Well, my favourite so far has been the crew member that loves jumping out of Westpac rescue helicopters at night, Pete.
They won't get me there. So busy times for the Orange Army. on the new staging. Oh, speaking of the landing, let's go down to John and see who he's got for us this time.
Hi, I've got Lily from Richmond Rowing Club. Lily's in the bow seat. How was that row?
It was fabulous. It was so good. Very heavy, but very quick. And yeah, we've been practicing it as much as you can. You know, we're down from Richmond, so we have the home turf advantage. But even having, you know, everyone around us, just the excitement of pushing off of other crews, it was fantastic.
How many head of the Yarras have you rowed?
This is my second. Yeah, much better than our first. First looked a little bit like a caterpillar going up, all fours, like all oars going at different times. Yeah, stoked for the girls.
Fantastic. Anything surprised you about this particular race?
Just the length. But yeah, I think people trying to hold their lines when they should have yielded, maybe. But
Okay, that could be a topic for quite a while out of the boat. Congratulations and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
And now back to the commentary team. Thanks, Lily, Richmond Rowing Team.
I can't imagine any cocks not yielding when they were trying to be overtaken. Can you?
Well, yielding is something you don't do if you're a certain kind of cox, Peter. Yielding is not in your vocabulary.
Well, theoretically, if you're being overtaken by a faster crew, it is advisable to move over. But what fascinates me is the language of some of the coxers out there.
Yeah.
It's a different language, isn't it? Some of it very fruity, actually.
I'm going to say, you're going to cite some examples, Pete? Or?
No, not on air. that might be for the bar later. Incidentally, speaking of the bar, I was up
you have to keep talking about it, don't you, Pete?
No, I was up at lunch. You were up there
I got
too,
a raging thirst at the
getting a
moment.
sandwich, and great to see Krista Gingong, who's been a stalwart of the Hawthorn Rowing Club over many years. And Chris has had a few hip problems, but great to see him here amongst the crowd. And as I said, one of the stalwarts of the Hawthorn Rowing Club, and just good to see him.
Yeah, great to see you here, Chris. Just a bit of a shout out to you if you can hear us, and all the best, mate.
So the clock ticks down towards our main two events this afternoon, the male and female Open 8. I gave you the crews earlier, and we'll be seeing them very shortly.
Just a quick note from Horsham, Pete, Horsham Rowing Club. We had their crew contact is Ray White. I wonder if they've got anything to do with real estate. But anyway, when we asked Ray about anything else you may think might be interesting for the commentary team, Ray suggested that the club is still recovering from the millennial drought.
Oh, the drought.
Yeah, which completely dried up the river for 8 years and virtually forced the closure of the club. Recovery has been slow, but now has a core of female masters and a few men. So 8 years out of action with the millennial flood.
They were on the Wimmera, isn't it?
On the Wimmera River.
Yeah.
That's really sad. The Wimmera River is really interesting, Pete. It doesn't enter into any large salty body of water. It enters, I think, into Lake Hindmarsh. Lake Hindmarsh. It doesn't get it doesn't make the Murray River, for example.
No, and it's one of the great weekend trips in rowing, as I remember.
Yeah. Dimboola Horsham was legiondary.
Yeah.
If you did,
had some great times down there. Not always good, but not always successful.
If you did well at Dimboola, you probably weren't going to do well at Horsham, because you probably end up celebrating at the Dimboola Hotel the night before.
It's a bit like Mildura and Wentworth, isn't it?
Yeah. Form reversals are well known.
When I was rowing up there, Wentworth Regatta used to be on the Monday. I think they've moved it to the Sunday now, haven't they?
Yeah, I haven't been there for years, so I'm not sure. It used to be Saturday. Used to be Saturday and Monday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sunday entertainment was euphemistically called the
Oarsman's Picnic.
And how shall I put this without being? There were a few scratchings on Monday.
Yeah, I've seen some legendary. What would we call them? Performances at the Oarsman's Picnic.
Oh, yeah.
That I won't go into gruesome detail here, but one for the bar later.
I was rowing a pair up there with a certain clubmate years ago. I won't mention his name. John X will do, and we rowed about I think 200 metres in this pair. That was about as far as we got. Let's go back down to the staging. John's got somebody else for it. Who is it, John? Can't find Johnny's. Might have fallen in, has he? No, he hasn't. He's okay. No, it's a great regatta at Wentworth, and the club up there does a marvellous job. Great course, except one thing I did notice about rowing at Wentworth was it's very hard to pick out a marker actually on the banks to know exactly where you were and how far you had to go, unless you were in a cox boat, and of course the cox could tell you. But it was it's seemingly a very long course, a bit different to Mildura.
Yeah, Pete, okay.
All right, well, we've found John, and let's see who he's got with us this time.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter. I've got Narelle from the Canberra Rowing Club. How was the race as the Cox?
Excellent. Wonderful. Really good. The crew did so well. They've prepared well. Yes, it was a really good race. They super well.
Now, forget about the rowers. How was the line?
The line was good. Yeah, some of it could have been a bit better, but yeah, pretty good.
Fantastic. And how does the Yarra compare to Lake Burley Griffin as a venue?
A lot narrower. Yes, it's more open, a lot different. Yep, and we don't have the current like you do here. We don't the headwind we have, the choppy water we have, but yeah, it's great.
Fantastic. And will you be back for another head of the Yarra?
Yes, this is my 8th.
Fantastic. And what is the go-to call when the crew's just flagging a bit?
The go-to?
Get the crew up and about.
Send the boat.
Love it. Well, thanks, Narelle. Congratulations. All the best. And back to the commentary team.
I can think
All right,
of a lot of things the Cox could say to crew members to get their ass moving.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Just going back to what we were talking about, the Wentworth rowing on the Darling up there, Pete. I used to love rowing at Wentworth, and
but you couldn't actually tell where you were, could you?
But there was
No
something about Wentworth when you hit that bridge. You knew it was time to go. Put the afterburners on. So,
but it's still a fair way.
There was a fair way to the bridge, yeah. So we've got a couple more crews coming down now, Pete. They've just turned. There's 3
We've
crews,
got 3
in fact,
actually.
yeah, and they're heading down the Hawthorn Straight now. So we've got 205 out in front.
Which is University of Queensland number 1, I believe. Yep. Just 205. That's University of Queensland. 209.
209 looks like Merck's, is it?
209 is Merck, stroked by Grace Ivers.
Yep. And another crew just out of camera there. And the camera's panning back now, and it's 206, and 206 is UTS. So this looks like a really good tussle now. These 3 crews coming down, not much between them, with the crew from University of Queensland, number 1 crew out in front. They hold the advantage here.
This is
as
the
these
female
3
B
crews come
section,
down the straight.
We expect all these crews to be looking pretty good, and looking at that shot, they are all pretty good, aren't they?
Well, we've gone up a category, Pete. This is female B, so we're up getting up in towards the elite section. So these are the female B crews, and you can see that just a little bit additional strength, power, and finesse.
UQ on screen, rating 33 and looking pretty good.
Yeah, all 3 crews looking good. So female B, so this is just 1 category below elite. And a good race down the Hawthorn Straight between those 3 crews. Fantastic.
Looking back down the river now, crew number 204 is from Banks, struck by Millicent Hockey.
Yeah, Banks are on our monitor here. Female B. So we're still in the female B section. And behind them is, looks like 184. Just going back through the
Banks
program. 184 is UTS.
And there they are on screen. Nice close-up of the girls.
That's a great shot, isn't it? The girls. Close-up of the girls on the monitor.
Really feel as though you're in the boat there, can't you?
It's a really good shot. So here they come into vision now from the commentary position. This is the Banks girls B crew. Rowing pretty well, stroked by Millicent Hockey. Heading to the line, nice and strong. Really good connection in the water. The distinctive pink colours of Banks Rowing Club. And next we have 184. Now 184 is a C class boat, but they're in the B class bracket. So this is UTS. Which I think is Sydney, but I'm not sure. UTS. Yeah, so that was UTS, who are a female C-class boat. And the next crew coming past us is 242. 242 is Toowong Male B. Another strong combination from that very powerful club, Toowong. Just crossing the line now. And now we have crew 203, which is...
Latrobe University.
Yeah, Latrobe. Okay, good to see Latrobe here. They used to row out of Powerhouse, but I think they row out of one of the city clubs now. It might be Melbourne. And yeah,
Just
Latrobe.
31 strokes a minute.
Latrobe University. Good to see them here with a female representative 8. In the female B8 section. Now this looks like Adelaide Rowing Club by the colours.
Adelaide, yes, on the far side of the course.
208, the very distinctive multicoloured hoops of Adelaide Rowing Club. This is female B8 and closely followed
is,
by
Sydney Rowing Club.
Men's
in the male B section.
Male B from Sydney with the sky blue. Just cock spurring them on, trying to make sure they catch the girls' crew on the line just to get a slightly better time. As they both crews go across
now Adelaide University. And 207, not too far behind.
Coming
them.
thick and fast now, Pete. We've got Mercantile girls.
Adelaide University, another one from Adelaide Uni. They're coming thick and fast. This is in the male B section. Very big section. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 crews in it. Defending champions Toowong. The time they rowed in 2019 was just on 28 minutes.
2:14, I think, Pete.
UQ it should
no,
be.
Sorry, 2:44.
2:44. UQ anyway.
2:44.
It is University of Queensland, but I can't tell you what
I haven't got them on the
in,
program, no.
because that doesn't come up on our sheets.
No.
What we can tell you is they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they look all right. Here's another Merck's crew, 2:41. Mercantile here, very strong club here. It rose out of the big clubhouse down in the city in Melbourne. Crew 2:41. 2:41, yep, Mercantile, this is their men's B8. You can hear the nice strong finishes if you just listen out and you're paying attention. Just listen for the nice strong finishes around the back turn as the Mercs B8 go down to the line.
All right, let's go back to the landing now and see who John's got for us this time.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Liam, who's stroke of the Toowong Rowing Club. Liam, how was the row?
It was nice, took the corners well, so good job to everyone who raced.
How hard is it to stroke a boat like this in an 8-kilometre race?
It's pretty hard just keeping the pace, but you know, when you have a crew like this, it's really, they make it really easy for you.
And where would a race like this fit into your training plan for the season?
Just down here for a bit of a social row, so after this might take it light till Christmas and then go from there.
Enjoy the celebrations post-Liam, well done, thank you. And back to the commentary team now.
Well, 3 more clubs swing into the final Hawthorn Straight now, just underneath the railway bridge. Crew 212.
Yet another Toowong crew there, Pete.
No,
just going down over the line there.
Over the line, yeah.
And then we've got 218. It's Richmond. No.
218 Richmond, yep.
Doesn't look like. Oh yes,
in
sorry.
the male B section.
Yeah, it is Richmond. Yep.
Some big guys in there.
No, I was just thrown by the blue tape across his shoulder. I got thrown by the colour of the blue tape. Yeah, that's Richmond, no doubt. 218. This is Male Masters B. Big, strong Richmond crew. As I said, Richmond, one of the up-and-coming clubs in Melbourne. They've got a fantastic rowing program happening there.
Melbourne Argonauts just behind them. In
Melbourne Argonauts.
Area. That's the Richmond crew.
In the B section, in the bucket hats. 212.
I think the Melbourne Argonauts still row on Albert Park Lake, don't they?
As far as I know, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think they do, yeah. This is Banks in the distinctive pink, crew 213.
In male B.
Yep, we're in the male B. So we're getting up into the big boys now.
Banks just about to complete their commitments at 33 strokes a minute. Let's go down to the landing again, and here's John.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Alex. Thanks, Peter. I've got Alex to see the ADF crew. Alex, how was the row?
It's a lot longer than we thought.
How many services have we got representing in this 8?
So we've got all 3 services here. Army, Navy and Air Force are here.
And what's your service that you represent?
Army, of course.
And what's the connection between the services and rowing? Is there a strong one?
Yeah, very strong. It's a perfect opportunity to build some team spirit.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations and great to see you down the head of the Yarra.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Back to you in the commentary team. Thank you.
The Melbourne crew just in front of us now on the far side of the course. Crew number 214 in the male B. So we're not too far away from the elites now. Australia got a great record in the World Championships. Our men's 8 in Belgrade this year of Patrick Holt, Ben Canham, Jack Robertson, Angus Dawson, Josh Hicks, Tim Masters, Jack O'Brien, Angus Widdicombe, Kendall Brody, who's the Cox. They got the bronze medal in the World Championships.
Yeah, they'd been building for that race for a couple of months in Europe, Pete, and they were quite confident they were going to do really well. They thought they were going to medal. They thought they were going to go close to getting a gold, actually.
Women's 8 also got bronze.
But it's those
just on the comms box. We've heard that the elite crews should be coming through in about 10 minutes' time. JB,
yeah,
so,
terrific. Yep,
that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, talking about elite crews, those results from Belgrade, a good omen for. We've got an Olympic year next year in Paris.
Paris, yeah.
Yeah, so looks like they're building strongly towards Paris and hoping that they can peak in Paris. And of course, the men's 8 have never won an Olympic gold. They've got 2 silvers, one in Sydney in 2000 and one in Mexico City in 1968.
Well, I remember Sydney 2000, they, from memory, made a little bit of a meal at the start.
Well, apparently, according to the stroke I spoke to, Hammer Fernandez, he reckons that the boat holder hung onto the boat a bit too long.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to jump the start, I believe, and that probably cost them the race.
Yep.
Crew 217 on screen from Richmond. In male B again.
This is another B crew from Richmond. It just shows you the strength of their program, Pete. The 2 B crews out of Richmond.
A couple of years there too.
A couple of years ago, they would have struggled to put a couple of 4s on the water, and now they've got 2 men's B8s. This one's stroked by Tim Foster.
And just for all those who are expecting to be medalled, it'll be in the park, not in front of the Xavier sheds as we had the earlier ones. It will be in the park near the big screen.
Just another reminder to everybody, we've still got a lot of crews coming in, and that means we've got oars building up. So please remember that once your boat is stored, can you please come and get your oars straight away after that?
We were talking about the World Championships in Belgrade this year in September. And the women's 8, as I said, they got a bronze as well. They were Paige Barr, Olympia Aldersey, Georgina Rowe, Molly Goodman, who's medalled a few times, Georgie Gleeson, Lily Elton Triggs, Jackie Swick, Bronwyn Cox was the stroke from WA, and Hayley Verbunt, the Cox from Mercantile Rowing Club. So certainly a lot of different clubs represented there in that women's 8.
So 2 strong performances, men's and women's 8.
Yeah, very encouraging for Paris, JB.
It is, Pete. And but the thing about Olympic rowing is it depends which eggs you throw into which basket, so to speak. Like, what do you concentrate on?
Yeah, well, Australia's been concentrating on the smaller boats,
That's what they tend to do.
Yeah.
That's what their rowing program has specifically done over the years. They've concentrated on pairs and fours and doubles and quads.
Which has paid dividends.
It has.
Going back to the awesome foursome in Barcelona and Atlanta, of course.
Yeah, and Drew Ginn and Tompkins and Drew Ginn and Duncan Free.
Yep.
1 gold.
In the double. And then
the pair. And then there was a double in Beijing.
So we can expect big things from Paris next year. I'm not quite sure what the course is like. I haven't seen too much about that.
Don't know. Well, there's a few. I know there's a few bridges on the Seine, but I don't think they'll be rowing.
I don't think they'll be rowing there.
I think they'll have a specific course. Of course, it was interesting when they had the Olympics in London. They rowed at Eton School's rowing course.
Eton on Dorney, wasn't it?
So imagine having your school being the host of the Olympic rowing.
Yes, I remember Kim Brennan's race in the single. Gee, it was rough, wasn't it? Do you remember the race itself?
That you're not thinking of Brazil, are you?
No.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure that was Eton on Dorney.
Okay. Yeah, I remember her race in Brazil when she won the gold. That was rough. In 2016.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking. I
think it might be. Yeah.
The water was so rough.
It was in Brazil, and it looked like she was rowing out in the open ocean, and it was very rough. But she won the gold.
Well, Tara Rigney's our big hope in the women's single in Paris, I guess. She's been putting in some.
Yes, she's been putting in some good performances.
Good performances, yeah,
Yep.
in the World Cup and the World Championships.
Yep. So soon we're going to get to see some of these elite rowers coming down, and for those of you who are not familiar with the sport, you'll really get an idea of what it's like at the elite level when you see these elite rowers come down, particularly right at the end of the day when you've got the elite women from Melbourne and Sydney and from elite men racing each other. It's a really sight to behold, isn't it, Pete?
It certainly is, and I'm just looking at the tide, JB. I think it's slightly going out, so we might not see a record time, but it's going to be pretty good because there's not too much wind at all. We've been very lucky with the weather so far, and let's hope it holds.
Yep. Well, even barring the tide and the time, just the spectacle is going to be fantastic.
Oh, it's going to be great. Over 240 boats taking part, and I think it should be an appropriate time to just again thank all our sponsors and those who have volunteered their services for the running of the regatta. The volunteers have come from all over to help make this the success that the regatta is today. And if it weren't for the volunteers and our sponsors, well, we wouldn't be here. So thank you one and all for your contributions. The great Stan Jeffrey, who started this race back in 1957, I think he'd be very proud the way things are going and the way they've turned out.
Yep.
Who would have thought?
I think he'd be a very proud man, and what a wonderful legacy he's left for not just this club, but for Melbourne and for rowing in Australia generally.
Stan said he wanted to base it on the tideway head in the UK. Well, he did that. We started out with, well, small numbers, 11 crews after 3 scratchings in 1957. And, well, oversubscribed within before 70 days before the regatta, JB.
Yeah. Well, the head season in England it's sort of like a season in itself. They have quite an extended head season on the Thames, and they row, a number of head races, and that leads into their rowing season. I joined a club there in 1995 and rowed a couple of them, and they're about 4 kilometres, most of them, and they're fantastic events. And we actually won one in C class one year.
Is that the course that they rode the Oxford-Cambridge race?
No, not quite. It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit further upstream from the actual boat race course, which is Hammersmith to Putney.
Okay.
Yep.
To me, the Thames course, or the Thames, always seems to be a little bit rough.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, let's go back down to the landing now, and John's got somebody. Who is it, John?
Thanks, Peter. I've got Grace, who's the bow seat of the UTS 8. Grace, how was the row?
It was fantastic. Our cox steered really well. It's all our first time down here. She's quite young. Our cox just came out of school, but she did an amazing job taking all the corners. I think as a crew, all 8 of us, we worked really well together. And I think, start to finish, we were on it.
Fantastic. Where do you train up in Sydney?
We train out of UTS Haberfield, which is on Iron Cove, and which is pretty good. We have our other UTS 8 up there as well, which is great to have 2 girls 8s coming down here.
And where would a race like this fit into your training plan for the year?
It fits around start of the season pretty much. We're about to go into our competitive season, which is good, but we're about to go into the Christmas break and then straight into camp, so it's good.
Fantastic. What surprised you most about your first head of the Yarra?
Probably the tight corners. Obviously, we're used to just going up and down the river, but yeah, the tight corners pretty much dropping in and out.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Well done. Thanks for having, thanks for going to Melbourne.
Thank you so much.
Back to the commentary team.
Most of our elite crews coming down the straight now. Crew number 224.
224 is the female Open 8 from Melbourne Uni, Pete. So this is one of our elite crews.
2 Melbourne University crews in the category. 220 is the other one. And the other boats are Mercantile, 221, Sydney, 222.
So a lot of these girls are knocking on the door for interstate and hopefully Australian selection. They're going at all national and selection regattas.
222, sound like Richie Benno.
222.
Sydney Rowing Club.
Sydney in the sky blue.
Defending champions in the men's, but we're watching the women's crew in the female Open 8s at the head of the Yarra for 2023.
So this is Open 8, and just look at the class, Pete.
That boat is really humming, isn't it? Steady 31 strokes a minute. Nice big puddles.
The timing and the power,
clearance.
It's terrific to watch. This is elite rowing. So this is what everybody's aiming for, this sort of standard rowing.
That'd feel pretty good. 120 metres to go for Sydney.
So even though they're rating fairly high, they've still got time to just squeeze into the last little bit of the slide to give their boat a bit of run. And this is the difference between elite rowers and maybe rowers further down the categories. They just seem to have a little bit more time to squeeze up and let their boat run.
Mercantile on screen. Some nice clean blade work there from Mercs.
Another elite crew. This is another women's open crew.
Remember last time there was only 22 seconds separating the top 3 crews in this particular category. Will we see the same today?
This is beautiful timing and technique. I'm just watching this on the monitor and it just looks fantastic. Bodies in sync, oars in sync.
Gee, there's some nice run in that boat, isn't there?
Yeah, they're getting plenty of drive and plenty of run.
That'd feel pretty good.
Yep.
Couple of strokes to go to complete the 8K for Mercantile. Melbourne University on screen. Yep. Crew number 220 from MUBC. They've got 2 crews in this category. 224 is the other boat.
Closely followed by Adelaide Rowing Club behind them. So these are all the women's open crews coming down now.
MUBC looking a little bit tidier. A little bit neater at the back turn. That boat's really gliding through the water. Plenty of power at that catch.
That's terrific rowing after 8.6 kilometres to be able to keep that style.
Adelaide
have got a tandem in the 4 and the 5 on the stroke side.
Stroke side.
Yep. Strong rowing from Adelaide there, finishing off.
Haven't seen Canterbury yet. Crew 226.
This looks like Sydney 225, is it?
220.
Sorry, Adelaide
University.
Adelaide University coming into or on our monitors now.
Slightly higher rating. 36.5 for Adelaide Uni.
That's a pretty high rate for this part of the course.
I think they've just taken it up actually once they came round the corner. Hawthorn Strait is just over 600 metres in length, or it is to the bridge.
So even though
the railway bridge,
even though they're rating, what did you say, Pete? 36. They're still getting plenty of steadiness and drive, and the boat's running nicely.
It is running. Yep, can't argue with that.
Boat's not stopping. They're getting plenty of run even at that high rating.
Of the crews we've seen, I must admit I did like the Merckx crew. They sort of stood out to me.
Yeah, I think they're going to be hard to beat.
I think so. But the standard very, very high, as you would expect.
So I wonder if we've got a bit of a break coming up before the men. We'll get a shot up the Hawthorn Strait in a minute, and we'll be able to find out.
Well, the line-up for the men's Open 8, Adelaide. Adelaide Uni and Banks are scratchings, I believe, along with Tauranga. Must be a New Zealand crew, is it? Tauranga?
Sounds like
We've got Barbarians from New Zealand, Canterbury, Canned, MUBC, 2 crews, Mercantile, 2 crews, North Esk Composite and Sydney, and 2 crews from UTS. Sydney, the defending champions. They rode the course last time, just looking back through the records in 2019, 25.40. That's moving, isn't it? 25.40.
That's very, very quick. That's a very, very quick head of the Yarra.
So right, we've just been told that the elite male crews are about 5 minutes away. So hold your breath, folks.
So in the time remaining, I just want to pay tribute to my co-commentator and tell him that I have had the pleasure of being a commentator with him for the last, I think it's about 18 years, Peter, going back.
Is that right?
Yeah, and whatever happens next year, I hope you're back, but whatever happens next year, I just want to say what a privilege it's been to work with you. You're a storied professional in sports broadcasting, and I just want to say how fantastic it's been for me to accompany you.
It's really nice of you to say that, JB. I just love rowing.
Yep, so do I.
Just love it.
Yep.
The best thing I ever did was to join the Hawthorn Rowing Club.
Yep. Rowing has been, well, you ask my wife and she'll tell you it's just about my life. With a grimace on her face.
She must be obeyed.
Yeah, well, she's very patient.
Well, living where you do and to put the time in that you have speaks for itself and your love of the sport, so nothing more need be said, I think, in that regard.
Now, it makes it easier when you're retired, of course. But yeah, I do spend a bit of time driving, but luckily I've got some nice podcasts to listen to. So we're looking up another view of up the Hawthorn Strait here. We've got the crews coming in, and it seems to have been pretty smooth process getting people off the water this year, Pete. No major hold-ups.
The Orange Army's done an absolutely
The Orange Army have been
job.
exemplary.
They've been fantastic. Of course, ably assisted by the new staging, which helps. Oh, gee, I can't get over what a difference it's made, really.
It is magic.
Oh.
It's magic to have it here as a club member to have this now, because of course it was a down time when we had to row out of another club. Although we were very grateful to Powerhouse that they hosted us during that time when we didn't have a landing.
I came down here last year anyway, just to have a look, and it's always good to come to Melbourne. And it was very sad because the club was shut. The pontoons were drifting in the middle of the river, and it all looked very sad.
Yeah.
And I thought, golly, this is ahead of the Yarra Saturday.
Yeah.
Look at it now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Look at it now. Well, it's worth the wait, because it is a state of the art, and it's massive. It's huge, as it has to be for this sort of event, and we're very proud to have it.
And when you provide top facilities, you get more rowers interested in the sport, and a webcast like today is certainly going to engender a lot of interest in the sport of rowing right around Australia. So if you are interested in rowing, check out your local club, because they would love to hear from you, whether you're male, female, old, young. Put your hand up, go and try it out. You'll love it.
Well,
guarantee it.
Yeah, Pete, and in terms of the landing, as Kevin Costner said in The Field of Dreams, build it and they will come.
How right he was.
Exactly.
And don't forget to collect your oars. Those crews who have already had the boat racked, come down and collect your blades. So we've got about 5 minutes to go, I think, before our first of the open cruise should be coming into view.
Now, you know what, Pete? I reckon we're just going to miss the bad weather. We're going to get inside for a beer just in time.
And it's now 2:10 local time.
And it's starting to get a bit overcast, but it's still pretty good. So I reckon we're going to beat it.
Okay, I'll take you. You're an expert on Melbourne's weather. I'll go along with that. So who do you like anyway? Can Sydney do it again?
I think they're going to go very, very close. I'm not exactly sure who's. You've got the names in the crews there,
yep.
And I'm not sure who's got the best lineup of internationals or credentialed oarsmen, but Mercs are going to be close. They always put a very, very strong number one crew on the water. Melbourne University got a couple in there. They'll be strong. That's where the most of your state and possibly international oarsmen come from.
We've got a Canned crew as well. Now, Canned is a private club in Queensland. It was founded by Kelly Armitage and Neville Dugan, the initials of both of those guys, hence KAND.
All right.
So if you're interested in how the name came about, that's the answer. Canned.
And we've got a Barbarians New Zealand now. Barbarians in rugby is when all the top countries get together and play the touring side. The top British nations get together and play the touring side. So I'm guessing they're going to be the pick of the top New Zealanders, or
New Zealand, yeah.
the pick of the top that were available.
Barbarians is a good name.
It's a great name. It's a great name. I love it.
Think of scrums and fisticuffs.
Yeah, barbarians.
Line-outs and what have you.
Yeah, you think of the sacking of Rome, don't you? So we've also got, who else have got there? North Esk
Composite from Tassie.
And we've got a crew from Sydney.
North Esk, there's one MUBC member in the North Esk Composite.
Oh, there is too. Mason.
One from Tamar.
Yeah, so it's a composite,
Yeah.
And then you've got two UTS crews.
Two UTS crews.
The University of Technology, Sydney.
Yep.
Yeah, so they've been able to put two crews together.
Yeah. All right, we've got a couple of minutes before the first of these elite crews come underneath the railway bridge down the end of the straight there. So let's go and see who John's got for us this time.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Angus, the 7th seat of the Banks crew. Angus, how was that row?
Oh, look, I think the 8.5 Ks is always a bit of a struggle, but we had a good first half. The second half was maybe a little bit scrappy, but look, we got through the whole thing, so that's the main thing, I think.
And I hear your brother is stroke. What advice do you give to him over the 8 kilometres?
Oh, I just kept saying row harder, basically. I could see him slacking off.
And it's a good stern pair combination, the brothers.
Yeah, it is. Look, we've been rowing for a long time, and we've finally got a chance to row in the same boat. So I think Mum's pretty stoked to see the boat together.
And this is the first time you rowed together?
Second. We rowed Melbourne Head last week, and that was the first time, and this is the second. So hopefully the first of many.
Fantastic. Thanks, Angus. Congratulations and enjoy the celebrations. Back to commentary position now.
Yeah, it's a couple of good weeks of rowing with the Melbourne Head leading into the head of the Yarra. And that's been a very successful regatta too. And it's, well, it's a little bit younger, isn't it, JB, the Melbourne Head?
Melbourne Head, it's a newcomer on the scene, young kid on the scene, and but it's different classes of boats, not just eights, and it's a shorter course.
Which is always helpful.
Yeah, and you finish in town. Look, I've just been asked by one of the Yellow Army, the Orange Army, to...
My brother.
No, Dom.
The other idiot.
Dom has come down and she said, can you please tell people to come and collect their oars? Otherwise, the Orange Army have threatened to throw the oars into the Yarra. So come, once you put your boat up on the racks, can you send your, 2 people is enough to get 8 oars. Just send 2 of your crew members down and get your oars off up against the stone wall on the landing. Thank you.
Well said. The presentations, by the way, for the second half of the program will take place in the park, not in front of Xavier.
All right, so we've got our elite men coming down, and the blue of Sydney, I think, appearing first, Pete.
Looks Sydney blue colours.
It's looks like 227. Just check my program.
Sydney.
Yep.
Well, they won it last time. Can they make it 2 in
a
a row?
Here they are in, depending on how they started, but they're coming. They're the first crew that we've seen come down to the men's open, so they're every chance.
Rating 36 strokes a minute, so they're one of the highest ratings we've seen for a while at this stage of the event. MUBC hot on their hammer.
Yeah, they've got an MUBC crew just not far behind them, right up their clacker, and
MUBC rating slightly lower at 33. And Sydney at 36. And they've got about 225 metres to go. Oh, gee, that boat is moving, isn't it?
It's moving, Pete, and this is elite rowing. People, if you haven't, seen much rowing before, please take a look at this, because this is what it's all about, this sort of rowing.
Well, they're clearing a good metre and a half there. That's fantastic.
It's just a combination of style, skill, strength. It's all comes together at this level. So Sydney Rowing Club. Finish off, and here comes Melbourne University. Cox urging them on. Plenty of power there.
36 and a half for Melbourne Uni. As they're just about to go under the bridge.
You can really hear the whoosh at the end of the stroke, at the finish.
234. Here comes Merckx.
All right, here's Mercantile.
Cathcart, Whitney, Connolly, Wilmot, Polkinghorn, Frederico. That's a famous name in Victorian rowing. Reiner, Scalzo, and Verbunt.
Judge Frederico.
Freddie Frederico.
Very, very neat rowing from Merckx. Very strong, long, strong, neat rowing. Boat just cruising along.
Hayley Verbunt, of course, was the Cox of the Australian Women's 8 I was talking about before at the Belgrade World Championships.
Okay. There they go under the bridge, Mercantile.
Well, will she be in line for the Cox of the course?
Oh, look, three crews coming down together. 2 UTS crews.
229 and 235, the UTS crews.
North Esk. 231.
231, the North Esk composite crew from Tasmania. Although I note there's an MUBC.
Yep.
Skivvy Zudi in there as well.
Yep.
The UTS crew is looking very neat, very smart, very quick.
Strong. Both UTS crews pretty good to be able to have 2 open 8s at this level.
And rowing just about together.
Yes. So obviously they've got a very, very strong senior rowing program. Here comes the other Melbourne Uni crew. 2:33.
Speaking of 33, it's about their rating too.
Another Merck's crew, 2:37.
That's canned.
Oh, sorry, canned.
Kelly Armitage and Neville Dugan, the founders of the Canned Rowing Club. A tandem in the boat.
From up in Brisbane, did you say, Pete?
Yep.
Yep. And they just they hear the finish hooter, and so they stop. They easy oar, and their afternoon work is finished. Now for the fun.
Coming into picture, yeah.
There's another crew.
They look neat, don't they?
Don't they?
Oh,
this is
that's
2:30. Mercantile.
That is really top-class rowing.
Yep.
Rating 33 as well. And it looks a very neat and very comfortable 33, JB, doesn't it?
Yep, yep.
You think it's quite effortless. Looks very easy until you get in the boat.
Well, of course, what you've got to realise is it takes a long time to get a crew together to row like this. It doesn't happen overnight.
Oh, that is...
It happens with a lot of...
The synchronicity, the timing, the boat run.
And these guys obviously come out of a very, very highly polished school programs, highly skilled school programs, so they're ready-made oarsmen by the time they get to a club like Mercantile.
So if you're watching, kids, that's how you want to row when you get to the big time. Take it up. Mercs aren't taking it up, they're just nice and steady, going through with about 50 metres to go. Nice clearance, beautiful run in the boat, smart hands away at the back turn. No rush, just looks so comfortable.
Yep, that's how it's done at the top level. And the hooter goes off, and they've finished their activity for the day. 2:32 coming now, Pete.
2:32 is this is the Barbarians. We were talking about Barbarians earlier, and
they look like they've had a problem because the 7-man's out of action.
I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
There's no 7 oar.
There's no oar.
No.
Gee, the bow side's going to have to work hard, or has been working hard, I guess.
So 2 more crews behind that crew without a 7-man, and that's Adelaide and UTS, I think. Just get a number on them.
Of course, this is a bow side course, and with only 3 guys rowing on bow side.
In fact, there's no one in the seat. So they've ejected him.
Yeah. Well, there's a story for John to chase up on the landing.
Yep. There's
find out what happened.
Find some news coverage on that one.
It's most unfortunate when you come all the way from New Zealand and something like that happens.
Yep. So here's Adelaide behind the
Adelaide University.
Behind the
Adelaide
Barbarians.
Rowing Club, not Adelaide University. Adelaide
Rowing Club.
Full stop.
And 2:19.
Final boats.
$2.19 was a UTS B8 that were in the previous bracket. Yep.
Well,
that's it, Pete.
240 boats.
Amazing.
Or thereabouts. And who was the best? It's hard to say. I must admit, I did like that Merck's men's crew.
I think
the women's crew.
I think they're going to be hard to beat. It'll be between them and Sydney, I would have said.
Yeah, Sydney would.
The Sydney looked all right, but I think the Mercs might have made up a bit of time on them. So it's going to be close. So we'll wait. We'll wait expectantly for those results to come through, which won't take very long. These days, it's all electronic, isn't it, Pete? There's no pigeons involved this time.
No, I'd be very interested too to hear the winner of the Cox of the course. That doesn't necessarily mean the fastest time rowed by the Cox in that boat.
No.
It means the course best steered.
Yeah, or would it mean the route less travelled, the shortest distance?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for helping me out.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what criteria they do use, because it may not be that. So I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see how they work it out.
Oh,
But,
look, there are so many ways you can save time on this course. You know that.
Yep.
The Big Bend is one. I mean, you can really come to grief at the Big Bend. You can finish up on the rocks on the Alexandra Avenue side.
Yep.
Or you can row into the sandbank on the Richmond side. I've done both. I've got to tell you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've rowed a few of these. I haven't rowed one for many, many years, but it's coxing makes a big difference in this race.
Oh, it does.
Yep. All right, well, we're going to just about ready to say goodbye, aren't we, Pete? And wrap
I think
things
we
up
are.
here?
There's not too much to report further down here. I would like to find out what happened to the Barbarians crew.
Yeah.
They've gone up to the turnaround point, so we won't be able to find that out for just a few minutes. Missing a rower and a blade.
Yeah.
Something obviously happened. When or where, we don't know.
And you're wondering whether the rower's on Alexandra Avenue trying to find a taxi at the moment, and whether he's got his credit card with him. Yep.
So
okay, now
that's just about it from us,
yeah,
JB.
that's just about it from us. So thank you for attending, everybody. Thank you to the oarsmen, the spectators, the Orange Army, the technicians upstairs, everybody involved. It's been a fantastic afternoon, and it looks like we've just beaten the weather because the winds are starting to pick up and the clouds are starting to come in. So it's been a great day.
We've been
the
very
timing
lucky.
has been perfect.
Great working with you, JB. And we're going to sign off from here now because it's all going to happen over in the park for the presentations.
Yep.
And we'll be joining Mark Oliver over there in just a few moments.
Yep, so over to Mark Oliver soon in the park. And so from the central commentary here, Peter, Landy and I, John Stewart, JB, will be signing off. Thanks again, Peter.
Thank you,
As I said
JB. Great
before.
working with you, mate.
Terrific. Next year, hopefully. Over and out.
Right, head of the Yarra TV, we're down at Burnley Brewing, which is directly across the road from the Hawthorn Rowing Club and the race finish. Will be the fare that will be being served on the day of the head of the Yarra. So we thought we'd come and have a chat to the head brewer, who's actually in the middle of some action at the moment. I can see you've got a mash tun here. You've just emptied out one of the water tons.
You've just missed all the hard work. That's finished boiling. We actually add some oxygen to it and send it to these tanks here. Now, it takes a couple of weeks just fermenting into these bottom tanks here, after which we clean them up and send them up here and serve them straight from the tank. So we're pretty much from scratch, making all of it, and it comes out fresh. Happy to do one of these, or we actually let's have a taste.
Let's go Cox.
I won't make you commit just now. We'll get one when you're
We
ready.
call this Cox and sauce.
Cox and sauce. Alrighty. So Italian lager, as you can see, lighter on the colour as well. That's all for you.
Very nice.
So yeah, this is usually our after work kind of drink. You know, really approachable.
It's got a nice bitterness. Beautiful flavour.
Alright, so next I'll probably go for the Hellas. So, while the Hellas is a little bit lighter in colour, it's a bit more full-bodied, as well as it's got a bit more aroma from the yeast and from the hops in this one. So, very typical German-style beer, noble hops, but we'll give it a go.
Okay.
Alright, so, again you can see on the lighter side of straw.
Yeah, good job. Just wait there.
And this one's probably our classic beer. It's been around since the beginning.
Very easy drinking. It's that one, great one in the sunshine. I reckon it's a beautiful thirst-quenching beer for those who might have rowed very hard.
Well, again, I'll take the credit.
So if crews want to sort of find a meeting place, because people come from all over the country, this is probably a great space.
No better space in Melbourne, I would say.
Yeah, so you've got plenty of food and great beers on offer in this part of the venue as well. You've got a large function space over there.
Yeah. So easily 100 plus people next door, plenty of standing room, plenty of seated room, nice big TV next door too. So we'll have live footage of the race throughout the day as well. Bit of a replay on the Sunday as well if you missed any of the action. So Yeah, get your big groups down, get your families down, and then plenty of space over here too if you want to tuck away in a booth, have a bit more of an intimate setting as well.
So on race day, people got the option of parkland after they finish their race.
Yes.
They can also wander across here if they want to have a sit down by lunch and
Yeah,
stuff.
please do, please do. We'll be, aside from what we're offering down there, we'll be open from 12 o'clock here throughout the day. All the way through till
Zoots are
late.
fine, they can come in their onesies.
Whatever you've got, as long as you're dressed enough. The food menus always stay pretty on the same line, always making sure we're doing a lot of handmade pastas, a bit of curry, pizzas as well. Italian inspired, plenty of hand-rolled pastas, all made on site fresh. So here we've got our trademark gnocchi, been on the menu since day one, so about 6 years worth, always a crowd favourite. And then on the day, whether it be here, whether it be down on the riverbank there, we'll be able to get you some beautifully handmade pastas.
Okay, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the pointy end of the day. So it's the last 10 or so races, including the elite crews. So we're coming towards the end of what has been a fantastic day. And I've got to thank Peter Landry and JB for some very good commentating. A whole load of things I learnt through the process, and I'm sure many others did. So we will now go to Female Masters AC8. Number 2 were commercial, second were commercial, but 26 seconds ahead were Mosman Composite. Please come forward. You get to stand on there. Well deserved. If you've got the energy to actually get up there, of course. You've been waiting a bit, but well done, ladies. Definitely want a photo. So they're looking very fresh, but it's amazing what 2 hours of rest will do. And a couple of beers, apparently. So a secret to your success?
A lot of training. Yeah, we really nailed the training part of it. Yep.
Is this your first win at the head of the Yarra?
It's our first row together as a crew.
Okay, well, there you go. Well done, ladies. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, next will be the Male Masters D8. And, oh, thanks. will be the Male Masters D8. So second were Lindisfarne Composite. But 50 seconds ahead were Commercial. So well done, Commercial. Come on down. I'm sure you look like you've got the energy to climb up there, no problem. Well done, guys. And the cocks, how come you cock so well?
Because I'm hungry.
Right, you're hungry to win. Oh, because you haven't been eating. You're light. You're certainly not fat. Well done, guys. Well done. Great result and a good win. Good win. Okay, next we have the mixed eight, incorporating the AC Masters. Are you here? Brilliant. Come on down. So Adelaide University was second, and they were beaten by 33 seconds by Sydney. Well done, Sydney. Come on down. Well done. You look way too young to be masters. And what is the secret to your success?
Just go for it, really. Go for it.
Yeah, go out hard and hold on.
Okay, well, you clearly held on. That was a good result. You're obviously knackered. Okay, well done, ladies and gentlemen. And we're now looking for the Mixed Masters D8. Well done, guys. Mixed Masters D8. Second were Powerhouse, but first were the Dragons. Are the Dragons here? Come on down. And you were a minute and a half almost ahead. Well done. Good row. Good. You come on. Yeah, absolutely. Go on the stage. That's a good result. Was it hard? Okay, so how did you find it?
Oh, it was good. We had a good row.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I think it's 16K, it's not 8.
16Ks. You're right, it is actually. We've been telling everybody the wrong number. And what made you so successful?
We trained hard. Our coach did a good job.
Good on the coach. And you rowed with only 7 people by the looks of it. And still won. The Cox, yeah, actually, he told me. That was. Okay, well done, ladies and gentlemen. Next, for the Female Masters D8 Leichhardt, am I pronouncing that correctly? Leichhardt, second. First, a whopping 3 minutes, over 3 minutes ahead. University of Queensland 1. Come on down. Where are you here? University of Queensland's 1, right at the back. Come on down. You want to make the most of your entry, clearly. Well, mind you, 3 minutes ahead, over 3 minutes ahead of number 2. It's pretty good going. Yep. And just imagine what you're like when you've been drinking a few beers. Well done, ladies. Well done. Even faster, I'm sure. Is that possible? Come on down, come on. Oh, you're in order. You're a very particular crew. Right. Well done, ladies. Now, what did you enjoy most?
That beer I just drank. The point at about the 2 kilometres where I said, why am I still doing this?
We often think that, don't we? And what's the secret to your success?
Oh, we train very hard.
That's pretty common. Ah, you coxed. Good on you. Good on you. What did you enjoy the most?
All the ergos in the lead up. Thanks, Ned.
Thanks, Ned.
You are so unbelievable. But I'm sure they helped. Well done, ladies. Great result. You were, you're almost, over almost 3.5 minutes ahead. You did well. Okay, well done. Next, we have the female composite Cock State. Second was Melbourne. And a massive margin ahead was ANU Composite. Come on down. Are you here? ANU Composite. You are. Well done. Come on down. You were 5.5 minutes faster than the second. That was good, ladies. A very good result. Very good result. Well done. How are you feeling?
Good. It was great. We had majority of a lighty crew, so that was majority lightweight.
Majority lightweight. Okay, well, you certainly were strong lightweights. You did well. And what's the secret of your success to share with other crews who compete against you?
There you go.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Okay. Well, I guess that must be true for rowing. It's female C grade 8. Well done, ladies. Great result. Great result. You're obviously you're a strong lightweight crew. Okay, and next, the female C grade 8. Female C grade 8. Second was Glebe. Just ahead of them, University of New South Wales. University of New South Wales. Come on down. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, well done, ladies. You're 25 seconds ahead. Still, that's it. 25. Hey. So, what did you enjoy most?
The end. Honestly, just having the support of an incredible crew and great line from an incredible coxswain. Couldn't have done it without her. Could not have done it without her.
Okay, she might win the Cox's Cup for the best cox. We'll see. Could have made the difference in 25 seconds for sure. Okay, ladies, well done. Good result. Okay, next we have female C grade 8. Female C grade 8. And pretty close, pretty close. Sorry. We've got the male C grade 8. The male C grade 8. Okay, so second to Wong, but only 17 seconds ahead of them. The University of New South Wales. Come on down. Well done, guys. Only 17 seconds ahead. Nice and close. How come you won? Why did you win?
Well, we invested in a great technique, the Romanian rowing technique, and I think that really pulled us over the line as a crew.
Yeah, squad showers. Squad showers.
Spot showers. Okay, and what did you enjoy the most?
I want to say the end, but the whole race was pretty fun.
Good. It's reasonable to say the end. A lot of people are honest and say the end. Okay. Well done, gentlemen. Well done, gentlemen. Okay. Thank you very much. And next, we have female B grade 8. Female B grade 8. Second were University of Queensland. Just behind, 9 seconds behind Mercantile. Behind Mercantile. So Mercantile, if you'd like to come forward, please. Come forward. Come on down. Okay, yeah, I will do. Okay, we're just going to do the next one in a moment. And also, so you know, the river is now open. Please don't leave until the end of the presentations, but the river is now open. Okay, race 28. We'll go to race 28, which is the male B grade 8. University of Queensland were second, and first by 0.4 of a second were Toowong. Well done, Toowong. Come on down. And I'd like to thank Julie from Prime Value to come along. She's going to present the medals to this crew and the next couple of crews. So, Julie, thank you very much. I'll pass it over to George. Okay, if you'd just like to get dressed before you come up on the stage, that would be fantastic. Okay, it seems like a surprise. Guys, you were just 0.4 of a second ahead of the other crew over an 8K race. Well done. 20-second penalty. So what made you just win?
A bit of grit, a bit of will.
A bit of good luck, I'd say.
I think just keeping calm under pressure for the most part.
Okay, some good ones there. I think grit can also apply. Your time was 27:59. It's a good time, but University of Queensland were a good time too. Okay, well done, guys. You got the win. Okay. Thank you very much.
From the women's B grade, I just want to see what the stuff.
You have to wait. Okay, next we'll have female open 8. The female open 8. If you'd like to come forward. Sydney. Sydney was second. 50 seconds ahead. Melbourne University. Melbourne University here. Melbourne University. Melbourne University. Female Open 8. Have we got the right ladies? Yes. Okay, well, come on down. A definite win, ladies. Well done. Yeah, just onto here, onto the stage. Just go where everybody else went. Just if in doubt, that's always a good place. Okay. It was a good win, a good win. Oh, wow, you are very specific. You are a specific crew. And why did you win?
Because we're Melbourne Uni.
Yeah, but an honest answer, please. No, well done.
Because we're fast. We worked really hard over the last couple of weeks and tried together really hard for Beth and for our other coaches that are overseas. We wanted to beat the boys on prognostics, actually.
Oh, you might have done. Good target. Good target. So your time is 29:49. Your time is 29:49. That's okay. Yeah, do take your moment of glory. Moment of glory. Well done, ladies. Well done. Okay. Yes. Great stuff. Okay. And a bit of a wait, I know, but the female B grade 8. Female B grade 8. Uni of Queensland, just behind Mercantile. Well done, Mercantile. Come on down, please. 9 seconds ahead of them. You just made it. Time was 32:09. 32:09. Was that a time you expected?
I have no idea. No idea.
Okay, well, why were you so fast?
Because of Jess's steering.
The importance of a cox. Who's a cox? Well done. Well done. Why are you such a good cox?
I'm not such a good cox. Have a good time. Work with the girls. Yeah, just keep it simple.
Love it. Love those 3 points. Have a good time, work with the team, and keep it simple. Great advice. Great advice. Okay, well done, ladies. Great result. Great result. Yeah, you take your time, your moment of glory. Well deserved. Well deserved. Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, the sort of elite race, I guess it is. It's race number, or it is the male Open 8. And I'll give you a couple at a time. So third were Mercantile in a time of 27:19. Second were Melbourne University in a time of 26:52. But the winners are Sydney in a time of 26:32. Blistering time. Well done, Sydney. Come on down if you're here. Or have you gone already? Is it that you win too often and you don't care about the medals? Sydney around? Okay, well, and if Sydney don't turn up, we've just got one final unusual medal or prize to give. So because of modern technology, we're able to tell which cox the shortest line. Which cox the shortest line, and they are going to get a new medal or trophy which we've just started called the Cox's Cup. And the person who won it, I was talking to in the club, and he assured me that he hadn't won it because he had to take over several boats, so break the line, and they took over 3 or 4 boats. But the winner, apparently, and I am stunned, I must admit, is apparently Hawthorn's own super cox, Guy Besley. So a big round of applause for Guy. He's just an amazing cox. Yeah, he is an amazing... Oh, there he is!
Sorry, I'm at the queue on the stage.
Brilliant, Guy. That is superb. Stay there. You're going to get your cut. Brilliant work, Guy. And you overtook several boats. Okay, so we are going to start hiring Guy out as a cox to make extra money for Hawthorn. Okay, and the last race. As I mentioned, the winners by 20 seconds. Sydney, if you'd like to come forward, come on down. And just to remind you the time, 26:32. That's the time to be on pretty flat water, I think. Yeah, okay. Okay, how did you find that race?
It was pretty tight between Melbourne Uni. I mean, they really got the jump out of the start and put in a really big push. And, yeah, it came down to Big Bend. And, yeah, it's just racing. It was great.
It was a race.
Yeah, we got that dog in us.
Well done, guys. It's clearly a race, and you must have worked hard. And the cox, you must be another good cox. So what was your secret?
Have a good bow seat and 3 seat. That's extra handy, yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Any tips for other teams to emulate your success?
Not sure. Just pull hard and get around the boys.
I'll take Big Ben. You know, that's where we won the race, so that's what matters.
Okay, well done, guys. Great time. And that's a sort of last premiere race. Oh! Okay, take your pictures. Okay, excellent job, Sydney. Well done. Okay, well, please don't feel the need to rush back. You're welcome to finish eating and drinking. And as I mentioned, the water is open, so you can start ferrying back. If you've got any questions or if you want to sign up for next year, then go along and see Rob. I'm sure he'll sort you out. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, the base layers were really, really good. Really nice sort of stretchy material. Kept you really warm at the start of the session when the weather was cold, and then as the session went on, it actually sort of helped you keep cool, I think, as you started sweating.
Yes, it didn't get too hot, not too cold. It's nice and loose, gives us space to move around when we're rowing. Get you wearing it, which is always a good thing. You just don't want it to get in the way of your rowing.
Clearly works really well. I'd be really happy to wear it for any session, really, any time of year. Really liked it.
I'm here today with Julie from Prime Value Assets Benefit. You guys have been supporters of this race for such a long period of time. It must be 20 years ago since Krista Gingon actually introduced you guys to the club. And you've been here every year for every one of those Netted Yarras. Tell me, what is it that has the investment company interested in sponsoring us such a long period of time?
Well, at Prime Value, we like to have a strong connection with our investors, and Chris, who's been associated with this club for a long time, reached out to us, and it aligns with our values. It's something that Prime Value likes to work in. You're not just an investor, you're the person, there's a story behind you, and Chris scored his story to us, and together we saw value in supporting Hawthorn Rowing Club to the head of Yarra.
The thing that is interesting is that Chris actually picks up the phone to you. You're the director of investor relations. You pick up the phone to you on a daily basis to talk about his investments. You guys are pretty close, Cuff.
Yeah, we are really close. That's the one thing we pride ourselves on, and we love that you can pick up the phone and you can talk to the people who are processing your investments, who have contacts to the fund managers. They can find out. I can't give you all the answers. I don't understand all the products 100% because that's not my role, but I can always go to the fund manager who can answer that question. And at times we'll put the two of you directly together so you can talk to the person who's making the decisions about your investment, and you can get comfort that the product you're investing in is exactly, you understand it.
I'm interested in self-managed super funds and actually how Prime Value connects in with those. So
you can come and invest with us. So you come to us and you've got your portion of money in your self-managed super fund that you would come to us and we would say, these are the possibilities of where you could invest. Prime Value can't give advice, that's not our role, but we can present to you the investment products that you could invest in. So you could invest in, dairy, in the Prime Value Equity Emerging Opportunity Fund. You could invest in Prime Value Diversifies. We buy commercial properties. You can hold all of them within your self-managed super, and it's up to you how you invest it, but we can introduce you to the one of our terms that we like to use a lot is building wealth together. And that's what we think. We want to build wealth with you and we go along the journey with you. So we're both investors in these funds, and you can, we can give you the information that you need and assist you in terms of making the decision. You understand exactly what you're investing in and you can pick and choose depending on your style and investment, and then you walk away comfortable knowing I'm with a company that cares for me, that looks after me, that thinks about me when they're making their investment decisions. The investor's always sitting here. So we always like to think about what decisions we're making and understand that those decisions can have impacts with the investors. And so we're closely aligned with our investors. We like to steward the funds that you for some people, they're best and that's their life savings. And so we want you to be successful the same as we want to be successful together. And that comes back to that building well together.